They don't go anywhere.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
The wedding season is upon us and Jewellery Maker want to help you get prepared. Join us on Monday 17th of August for our wedding fair. We'll be inspiring you with some amazing deals including headwear, footwear and accessories. We have guest designers Fleur, Debs and Claire on hand to give you inspiration and spark creativity on how to make that big day special with a personal touch. Come join us for our wedding fair, all day on Monday the 17th of August.
If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Welcome to Jewellery Maker, welcome to Designer Inspiration. Good afternoon, I hope you're all very well. If you've not seen me before, my name's Vicky. It's lovely to see you here. We've got a wonderful show coming up today. We've got Laura Binding with us and she's going to be talking through, as well as how to do some wire work with some cabochons, also how to do some Viking knit. I'm actually very excited about this because I always think Viking knit looks amazing, but actually have no clue how to do it. So Laura, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Hi there. Hi there, Laura. Is it difficult to do, or once you get the gist of it, it's fairly easy?
It's really easy.
I love it.
Just getting the gist of it. It's just getting your tension right, and we'll talk through all of that when we're doing the design inspiration, and then it's just creativity then.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We've got all the tools as well to be able to do all of your Viking knit. We've got the 2 different sizes of lazy daisies. We've got the draw-through boards as well. And if you would like to ask any questions in regards to Viking knit or any kind of wire work or cabochon wrapping, please do send your messages in. You can text your message to 60777. Just make sure you start with JM Studio, or if you're there on the web, you can message on the little box down underneath. Fabulous. Right, we are going to start with this now. I saw this earlier and I was like, this is gorgeous, and I would totally wear this all the time. And then Phil told me it was part of a bundle, so we're just going to have a quick look at this. This is all the beautiful colours of hematite that's been given. So we've got rainbow in there, silvers, beautiful blues. That is absolutely gorgeous. Laura, do you think by looking at this, is it just almost sort of a long ladder weave?
Yeah.
So have they gone kind of in and out like that with it?
It's a stitch. I think it's called peyote. I'm not very good with this. It's actually like a seed bead weaving kind of technique, and it works very well with that type of gemstone or that type of cut of bead.
Yeah, that sort of shape.
Yeah, that shape. Yeah, and it is stitching in and out, but I do believe it's called peyote.
Amazing.
Stitch, something like that.
It looks so cool. It looks a little bit like it's gone like that.
Yeah, and it is actually a very time-consuming technique. It looks amazing. It's really worth the time.
This is really beautiful. This is made by one of our beaders, Sue, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, I'm wearing that.
Yeah, that is awesome.
I'm wearing that. It is absolutely gorgeous. All those colours look fab. I kept looking at this thinking, this is obviously using the one bundle that we've got. If you use two, could you imagine that as a sort of full, huge cuff? Because you could go, you wouldn't even have to go, that one's gone all the way pretty much to the end, but you wouldn't have to do that. You could do that, maybe a bit of Viking knit perhaps.
Yeah, Viking knit.
You could that together.
You could have it in the middle, so you could do a smaller strip and then have it in the middle of two pieces of flat Viking knit, and then it would look really, you know, really substantial.
So you'd have the Viking knit on the edge around here, and then you'd have all the gems, so Viking knit here and then weave in between. And could you, is it easy to loop into Viking knit?
I mean, Viking knit is just chain. Is just wire, sort of chain.
Woven
so
together.
you can do whatever you want to it. You can sew into it. You can flatten it, whatever you want.
I'm liking this idea.
Yeah, but I bet that feels lush on though.
It feels so nice. It feels so nice. And I think I would want to have that as. I think I'd want to get two and have it as a larger sort of cuff style, because I think with that impact, with that shine, with that glitter, this is really beautiful.
You could have a square pendant just done like that.
Yes, you
could. And then just have like use the rest of them to make a chain, a simple chain, and just have that square pendant, you know, so you could do earrings.
Yes. As a little, and I'm guessing, although, because if you look here, you could almost do a diamond shape, I'm guessing, if you sort of got sort of more and then less again. I guess you could do that all the way and create detail within it as well. Yeah,
there's a technique, and I do think it's on the Getting Started DVD actually, or in the booklet that you get initially, and that is like the leaf, what they call a leaf technique, where they take bead and thread and then they sort of go through, and it does graduate out into a leaf. So you could do that with those.
Just having a look, because I think it's done. I think that's done with wire, 0.25 wire. I think so. Yeah, these are beautiful. Now let me show you the 3 strands, because I never would have sort of seen these 3 strands and ever thought, I mean, you're more creative than I am. I'm not the jewellery maker per se. I love all that sort of stuff, but need to find out and need to learn the know-how. But I don't think I'd have ever looked at this and said, you can get that out of it.
No, it's not something that initially you'd look at and think, is it?
No.
But also that would look lovely in our second design and inspiration.
Yeah.
In one of the necklaces, the finer one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
If I just show you
that please
one.
do.
If you put the tubes into that one.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's do it. Let's have a little look. So this is a sneaky preview of one of the kits. Now you've added hematite stars and lapis rounds in there.
Yes.
But yes, that would look gorgeous if you had all of these, especially the blue. If you added this to the blue with the kit.
Look at that.
And had that in there, that would be amazing, I think. Even if you sort of wove it in or just had sort of flashes of that colour.
You could do the Viking knit chain. I mean, I'll touch on how that one's been done when we're doing that designer inspiration.
Yeah.
But, you know, you could do your own chain and then stitch those in
the inside,
and have it, or, you know, you could do absolutely tons with them. They're really, really cool.
Really brilliant. And as I've seen this style before, and never would it have ever crossed my mind that you could get something as amazing out of it as this. I think that's beautiful. Such shimmer, such luster. So you've got 3 strands there: blue, rainbow, and silver. Right, quarter of the stroke has already gone. We're on 38 and 37 centimetre strands. What are we going to do for this, Phil? Lovely. Yes. So people are already checking it out. We're going to take it down in price for you, and we're going to take it to just $9.95. I just think these are fabulous. Wow, I think this is going to sell out. There's so many people there already this afternoon. Kathleen, Multibuying, Veronica, Stella, Jennifer, Morag, Penny, Doreen, Bridget, Patricia, Jim, Gail, Belinda, Jane, Elizabeth, Multibuying, Collectors in Cheshire, Multibuying as well, Angela, Vicky. I would be wanting to get this for sure, because if I saw this bracelet in a shop, there's no way I would have thought that was £10 for all the sort of the gemstone components for it.
No, and time as well to take that, to do that is, as I said before, it's very time consuming, and you have got to factor that in, and it's a wow piece.
It surely is.
It really is.
It's so gorgeous. And you're looking at this, but there's 4 across there, so you could make a smaller one and do 2, and it would be just, still have that great impact to it. You could make 2 out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I love it. I love these. Gorgeous. How many left? 5. That's it. Right. Okay. You definitely need to check your baskets out, and because I think this is fab. This is gorgeous. Right. Let's pop that on there. Let's do. Yes. Now, where are they? They are hanging on here. Yes, they are. Now, there was one that was here just a moment ago that had some lace on it. That's all right. I was like, wrestle with it. Now, it was just here a moment ago. I don't know if it was from the morning show. There was one of these with some gorgeous flowers on it, because that's how I've seen it before. Now, we've got 2 cuffs here for you, which I would imagine are incredibly popular. Silver and gold plated on the brass cuffs. The width of them is 30 millimetres, is that right? Yeah, 30 millimetres width, and diameter is 1.3 millimetres. That's across there. I just think these will be incredibly popular. They're so great to work with. I mean, easy. You're done with that, aren't you? Absolutely done with that. But if you want to add to it, enter coral. Thank you very much, Coral. This for me is a more simplistic way that I've seen work with it. There's so many different things, especially with the lace. Beautiful. How stunning is that? And so easy to do. You grab the lace, you cut out the elements that you want, you add some beautiful pearls, and you're done, and it looks stunning.
That's almost like a modern bride, isn't it?
Isn't it?
You know, sort of modern vintage type bride that you can imagine wearing that with a lovely kind of dress with lace detail.
Yeah, one of those that sort of got the bit like Kate Middleton's dress that was all lace
kind of like
here.
high up here with the lace, so that you wouldn't have a neck piece, but you'd have that tie in there.
Sort of modern vintage feel.
Yeah.
Yes. I think these are absolutely fab, and to have one in silver and one in gold as well. And I've seen them completely engrossed in lace. I would imagine there's lots of different detail that you can do with these as well. Yeah,
what you can do is that you can actually use a hole punch. Ooh. And then the metal hole punches that we sell.
Yeah, that we might have later on, I think. Yeah, I think we've got those coming up. So double together.
Yeah, so there's 2 different sizes.
Yeah.
And they're perfectly fine, because I've actually done a design inspiration with large agate sort of slabs.
Yeah.
And one of those, and then I was able to put some holes into the centre of the bracelet and wire the agate.
That's amazing.
All I'm going to say is that first kit that we've got.
Yeah. Yes.
That would look amazing. Wouldn't that look awesome?
Yes.
Do you want me to get you one?
Just one.
I can see like that.
I'm like
child.
Itching to try. Yeah, I think that would be amazing with it. Yeah. Hold on. Yes. And if you can do things like that, that's wicked.
And then what you would do is just put a couple of holes around that, and
you could decorate around there as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can put leather to it, so you can do leather. You can do, you know, we've got the sort of the patinas, we've got the swelligans, all of those.
All the colour.
And where I think it was Fleur, and she's textured it, just taken some of the colouring off of the gold one.
Yeah.
But she's textured it first, and then it kind of became a silvery colour with the gold colour textured into it. And also, if you know, when you first get them, they are a little bit set in their shape.
Yeah.
But and that's fine if you've got smaller wrists. But if you've got slightly larger wrists, all you do is just gently open them, and you can manipulate them to fit.
Brilliant. So that means that even if you're making them for yourself, brilliant, you can make them to fit. But if anyone comes,
then you can just tweak them a little bit and gently encourage it, open it out a little bit. Yeah.
Personalise them. Oh, Laura says, hello, ladies. Could you just glue cabochons onto the cuffs?
You could. You'd have to make sure you've got the right type of glue, because obviously it's metal onto the stone.
This is just glued on.
That's just glued, so it should be okay. I mean, make sure, because these cuffs are curved on the inside, so you would need to make sure that it really was secure, because it may, if it's not 100%
edges that
if it's not got 100% contact, then it could risk catching and coming off. But you know, maybe smaller cabochons, so you know, we did smaller ones, something like that would be absolutely fine. But then maybe if you put leather on first, and then glued it to the leather, you'd have a bit of a flatter base.
Or if you did what you said, maybe if you're not so confident in wire wrapping, you could add the holes, you could glue that cabochon on and then add the wire as a bit of an extra.
Yeah, as a bit of a decorative, little extra security, but a little bit decorative as well.
Love it. Right. Oh, wow. $8.95 we've gone to those. I think half the stock's already gone. We knew these were going to be popular. I don't think I've seen these. I don't think I've seen them on their own. And I think if you got this morning's kit, one of the morning kits, that would go really nicely as a little add-on for it. So if you are adding to your order, brilliant, well done to you. If you're just grabbing these, I think they're fab. And I just think this is so beautiful. And you're right, this has got such a real modern bride look. But even if you were to wear a really classic looking outfit, almost sort of vintage little black dress with some lace somewhere, add that to it, and it just completely changes the outfit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of dresses at the moment that do have that lace detail on them, so they're plain dresses, but with that little splash of lace.
Yeah.
So having that tying in there, you know, a lot of them are now high as well, so you don't have that necklace to go with it, so it's just tying it in and getting that matching piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, mine's got a really high collar, but it's got a collar, but the collar is lace.
Yeah.
Yeah, same sort of thing, and I think that on as a wrist piece, especially if you've got like little sleeves or sort of cut off sleeves, this would be beautiful to add to it as a gorgeous bit of detail. $8.95 for two of them. There's about 30 left, I think, and about 20 in baskets. Please do check your basket out, don't miss out. Victor, Pamela, well done. Fatima, Sandra, Belinda, Sheila, Joyce, Wendy, Christine, and Marie, Marilyn, Marilee, Jilly, we've got Eleanor multi-buying there, Stella, Jane, Leslie, Elizabeth, Miranda multi-buying, Sarah multi-buying, Ellie multi-buying, Dawn, Katrina, Helen, Lavinia, we've got Sue, Andrea, lots of collectors there as well, well done to you. Frederique, Deborah, Maxine, Susan, Cheryl multi-buying. So lovely to see everyone today.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So really well done if you've grabbed those, because they really are stunning. I do like them, especially with that lace on. Knowing that you can add so much detail to them, knowing that you can get the little holes through them with the hole punch as well.
Yeah, lots of scope with them.
Yeah, there really is. I think we've got more in baskets than we have pieces left, so do check out. Right. I would love... Yes, these! Now, Laura, you came in this morning and went, Phil, you're clearly in a very colourful mood today.
Yeah, when he asked me what I wanted for my challenge, he was like, colour, 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 colour. I was like, you're feeling a bit colourful.
Very colourful today. I just think these are fabulous. They're so cool. I like that you've got sort of the warmer colours and the cooler colours if you want to mix those two together. Or I actually really like this sort of almost rainbow effect to them.
Yeah, you could do a piece and graduate the colours through, couldn't you? And have that real fun festival type piece.
Yeah, really could. Yeah, these are fab. And whenever I've seen these shaped, they're always so popular. I think because they're a little bit organic looking, a little bit different. And with all these beautiful colours, and I've seen a few where if you I just grabbed those two, even if you just twist them together, so you could restrand them maybe on wire, because that keeps the structure, doesn't it? Then twist them together, and that would just make such a fab start of a necklace. Those colours are great together, and it gives such detail and beauty, like as it sort of moves about and catches the light. I just think they're fab. So fab, and they'll go a really long way as well. If you want to do that kind of big structural piece a bit like that, great, go for it. You've got enough there to be able to do that. Or just little drop earrings using one because of the way that they're drilled.
Yeah, you
really
could.
Easy to do.
And even though they're kind of say irregular because they're not the same shape as such, you will find lots of little pairs in there
yes, you will.
quite easily. And you can also use the slightly larger ones to make really cool rings.
Oh yeah.
So it's almost like just one piece of, you know, have it going diagonally.
Almost like a shard.
Yeah, and then just kind of wrap it and then attach it, and you could stagger them, so you could do a couple.
Oh,
and then you could mix the colours up.
Oh, I like that idea. Oh, that's really fab. So you could have them sort of almost lying next to each other.
Yeah, so they would almost be, they'd be lying down horizontally across your finger, and then you could just do a couple of different colourways, maybe slightly different sizes, so that they would sit nicely. You could mix them up, and then you could have them as a real statement ring, or you could just have them individually. So fab, aren't they? And because they are the shell, they do catch the light really nicely. You get like an almost sort of iridescence over the top. Oh, Polly, thank you, thank you. I've been waiting so long for cuffs sold separate. They are brilliant, yes. There's only 5 of those cuffs left, I think, so if you do want them, do grab them. These are so much fun, aren't they? This bundle should be at $23.70. Oh, nice drop there, Phil. We're going to $17.95 instead. That's for 5 strands. That's great. And they will just last you so long. And whether you want to add them all together and have like a really nice rainbow bright coloured piece,
or add them with black maybe, and add like a bit more of a sort of a chic look to them, but with that great pop of colour. Bit of smoky quartz, perhaps, completely change the look.
Yeah, you could put a bit of clear quartz with it. You know, you could play about a bit of coloured wire with it.
Yes.
Tie that in. You could have one colour. You could have like the bluey colour like that, and then have the bright pink wire. And tie in the pink that way. You know. Yes. Yeah, you could have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, you definitely could. What did you say that worked out per strand? £2.99 per strand. That's not bad at all, is it?
No, that's brilliant, isn't it? And you know, going on holidays, you want a couple of pieces. You know, go on holidays, you've got your sort of staple items that you're going to wear. Probably white, you know, holiday stuff, really. Isn't it?
Absolutely.
You've got a colour range there that's going to go with everything.
It really is, isn't it? Really is. Like I say you were a seller of jewellery and you grabbed 2 of those and you sold them a pair of earrings at what, £3?
That, yeah. Well, you could go for a little bit more. You could go sort of about £5. You know, if you did like a mix-up of earrings and had them all set at the same price, it balances out ones that you might want to charge more for and ones you might want to charge
Very true.
less
so have
for.
a sort of a staple amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, and using just 2 of those, you'd get your money back for pretty much for the strand, and then you've got all of that to work with if you want to. So that's great. Well done. £17.95 on those. Let's pop those. I love that colour. Yes, let's do these. Now, I think there's only a few of these left. I'm not surprised that they're incredibly popular. Just 25 left, is that it? These have got, I would imagine, a very similar look to Viking knit.
They are practically identical.
Yeah.
A lot more intricate than, but you can achieve that look of Viking knit, but the time and effort and amount of wire to do that would just... it's not worth it.
Not worth doing.
It's just not worth doing.
Like the gemstone chain.
Yeah,
you can do it yourself, but it's just not worth doing.
Yeah, and for me, I wouldn't. Yeah, it's far too much time. It's done for you there, and it's lovely, especially if you don't want to do Viking or you're a little bit nervous of it, or you wanted to see what it looks like.
Yes.
You know,
good trial.
Yeah,
really good trial. You can get gemstones in there. You can get 3 mil. Did you say 2 mil gemstones? Those spacer beads in the kit coming up would look amazing through this.
They would look amazing for both of those colours, and then that would make an amazing chain to go with any of the cabochons that we've got in that bundle.
That's it. So you don't have to. You don't necessarily. Is that what you're doing them for? £6.95 for 2. Hang on, how much do you get? A metre. A metre of each one. So you get a good couple of necklaces out of that if you wanted to, or a necklace and a couple of bracelets.
Well, if you were to make that out of Viking knit, you would spend more on wire to make it. Before and that would just be 1, not to make 2.
Yeah.
And that would before you even consider your time and patience and everything else.
Yeah,
patience is quite an important
there
part
as well. Absolutely. I think for £6.95.
Yeah, definitely.
Could you plait them?
You could do whatever you want with them, couldn't you? You could. Those little were they hematite? The little tubes.
Oh yes.
So again, you could go back to that same theory. You could plait them, and then you could stitch some of those in.
They would look gorgeous with that, because they would go down the centre of that as well, wouldn't they?
But you could just make a bracelet out of that then. If you pop them on some wire, so maybe some 0.6, because I imagine they'd go through to 0.6 because they're quite largely drilled. Yeah. Pop them, or you might even get a 0.8 on. Pop it straight through, feed them through that tube, and then make a clasp, and you've got a bracelet. Oh. You could do a wraparound bracelet if you wanted.
How easy is that? You could put memory wire through
as well. You could put memory wire, you could put bead. If you put bead in thread, then you could do the wraparound, because you get that fluidity, and then just pop a toggle clasp on.
Ta-da! Right, I think. 2 left. 2 left. Right. Yes, shall we do these? Now these are brand new, aren't they? These are brand new in, and they have got like a rainbow sort of colour over the top of them. They've been given a pop of colour. And then they've got like a rainbow finish to them, which is really beautiful actually. These come in green, purple and red. These are all 8 mil in their size, and I just think they're wonderful. Gorgeous sort of bright, vibrant, summery colours if you want them to be. You want to add them all together. And then as the light catches on them, you get a full rainbow, a little bit like that bubble effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have got that kind of feel to them.
They do, don't they? They kind of look like, they remind me of a sweet.
Yes.
I can't think of what sweet it is, but they remind me of a type of sweet that you probably in the penny bags or something.
Yeah.
When I was little, but they are really, really cute.
They are stunning, aren't they? If I take that away, kind of think Christmas.
Yeah.
Kind of colours.
Yeah.
Which is easy to do, and probably the time you should be sort of start to think about things like that, perhaps.
Oh, that's nice.
They're so beautiful, aren't they? So rainbow coated shell in this collection. Red, green and purple. They're all 8mm in their size, which is nice actually, because that means you can just add them all into a design if you want to. Some of them, one of them.
Yeah.
And they're all going to sit and fit really nice in whatever design you choose.
They're perfect for like your earrings as well, because you know they're not too overpowering if you just want, but you could just have one simple drop, or you could have a couple of different coloured ones if you want. Again pop them on chain or just on head pins. You don't need to use a lot of them, and they're lovely for rings as well. They're a nice ring size.
Absolutely, yeah, perfect. So we're going to drop these for 3 strands all the way down to just $6.95. They are really good. They've got almost sort of like a shimmer to them.
Yeah, like it's just like it is just like it's almost like they've been varnished.
Yes, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah,
yeah, it does. Yeah, like with a clear varnish, and then
like
it catches the light.
Yeah,
they are really pretty. Really pretty indeed, and you do get a full rainbow over the top of each and every single one. So to get 3 strands of anything at $6.95, I think it's great. For me, that would just be, I'll add it to my order, I'm bound to use them.
They are really good. As I said, going back to that, if you make earrings, you want to make that one price.
Yep.
You could make your own for people that do stalls or something like that, and just take them all off and put them into little pots.
Yep.
And then, you know, just head pins and find earring hooks and have it. You know, choose your colour of your head pins, and make your own, so you can have them in different coloured metals and in different coloured stones, and have it as a set price, £5. Choose your own, and whatever colour combination you want.
Oh, that's a lovely idea. Really nice. Sue says, afternoon girls, have the purple one of these, and everyone comments on them. The rainbow doesn't really show up on the TV. It's really lovely. Yeah. Let me see if I can do that. Maybe we can catch a bit of that rainbow colour, because it really is beautiful. You can see it a little tiny bit, can't you? A little bit like a pearlescence. Yeah, it is like a little bit of a pearlescence. I just think, yeah, fab. What a lovely idea to have that. Little pots or little baskets on your stool. Have the earring findings all in the, say, basic 3 different colours, perhaps.
And then head pins as well, and then jump rings, because what I would do is probably pop one on a head pin, pop it on a jump ring, and attach it to the thing, and just have that meet
done. How many on the strands, says Linda? Well, let's have a look. The red ones have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 6, 8, 32. Say, oh, there's 40, 2, 4, 6, 8, 50. About 53 I've got. So that's, let's say, about 150 beautiful gems. That's pretty good value at $6.95, isn't it? So if you did that, you'd probably make about 75 pairs of earrings.
Yeah, and if you I mean, if you wanted to, you could don't go down that literary road again. You could charge, even if you wanted to keep it really cheap, and say, look, do you know what, they're £3 a pair? Yeah. As a special, and say this is a special. Or if you buy this, and this, then I'll do them at £3 instead of £5 or something like that, because you've got that leeway. Yeah.
And how much did that work out per gem? 5p. So it's, for the gemstones themselves, for a pair of earrings, cost you 10p. Even if you don't do this as a business, if you do that as beautiful gifts, little token gifts, stocking gifts, thank you gifts, make a pair of earrings out of them, that's cost you what, 50p with the finding? Probably not even that.
Not even that.
And the thought behind it and what it actually, the value of what it looks like, is way more than that.
Yeah. Yeah, and they are, and like you say, you could make a Christmassy pair, but you could make it a couple of pairs. People might want to choose one in every single colour.
Yeah, I think I'd want to be a bit quirky and have one one red and one green, or
have one long, one short. Yeah, you know, just to really go to town.
Yeah, brilliant. There we go. $6.95. Do go and grab them because they are brand new, like those. Right, what should we do now? Yes, let's do this. Now, 2 gems that Mother Nature determined should be together. When you look at an amethyst created in a geode, sort of a protective boulder, if you will, the crystallization, so if this is the outside of the boulder, the crystallization happens on the inside, sort of forms and grows this way. Because it's in that geode, it's so protected, so you get great clarity to it. It's not too sort of disturbed as it's growing. Because of that, you get great brilliance, and the light really dazzles inside the gem. As this gemstone is warmed, just even by Mother Nature, which happens, the reaction with the iron that creates the purple colour and the heat changes it to a beautiful golden colour, which we deem citrine. So it's the same gemstone, just with even Mother Nature changes the colour due to the heat. About the only gemstone, I think, that changes and gets lighter instead of darker. Normally when heat is added to a gemstone, you intensify the colour, you greater the colour. However, when it comes to amethyst, when it's heated, changes and gets lighter and goes to that beautiful citrine. Wow, there you go. This is the clarity that I'm talking about. This is the beauty that you see within the gem, because it is a really protected gemstone as it grows. Absolutely beautiful together. Mother Nature determines that these are meant to be together. It's just that reaction with the heat that changes the colour. In here you've got 25 carats worth of the amethyst, 2x1 to 4x2, it's a 30 centimetre strand, and 45 carats worth of that citrine, 2x1 again to 4x2 on a 30 centimetre strand. Stunning. These are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Gorgeous gemstones.
They are. I love that colour combination.
Yeah.
I think they look beautiful together, and even though these are citrine, they're very yellowy.
Yeah.
So I love the sort of the brighter, the sort of less orangey tone.
Yeah.
For me, my favourite is lemon quartz, so I love that kind of tone. So these together look absolutely stunning.
Yeah, and it's been noted right now that you have those in your hand.
Sorry. Yeah.
Are you challenging these?
I am challenging them.
Lovely. That's cool. So, what have you got ideas already of what you're going to do with them?
No.
No. Okay, cool. Just admiring them.
I am actually just thinking they're really
gazing
pretty.
Fondly at citrine.
Yeah, just having a little look and a little think. But I've got a few ideas, so we'll see.
We surely will. We surely will. Wonderful rondelles indeed in the amethyst and the citrine. Your price point on these for both of them is $11.95. So that's £6 for each strand. That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And these are going to go a long way because, and these are actually, they're long. The strands
30 centimetres long strands.
So they're going to go a really long way, and the fact that they're graduated, it just means that you can keep it a simple piece, or you can sort of really sparkle something up with them as well. Yeah. You know, you can really go to town with them or have them as accent beads.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the fact that they graduate the same as well, from 2x1 to 4x2. So if you wanted to add them together and use them together, that's really easy to do.
Yeah, and I love the different shapes of them as well.
Yeah.
Because you've got the ones that are a little bit more sort of almost rounder. The amethysts are a little bit sort of almost bicony.
Yeah.
And then these are very lovely sort of proper sort of rondel shape.
Yeah.
Rondel, I can't ever say that word. Shapes.
They're lovely actually, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, really
together,
pretty.
beautiful.
They really are glowing. It's got a slightly different colour to that citrine, hasn't it? Almost, you can see it in there. It has got a lighter, sort of more citrusy colour than a deeper golden yellow.
Yeah, it's not the orangey orange, but you know it's not lemon quartz because it's still got that hint.
Yeah,
it's like sunshine.
Yes, it is like sunshine.
Yeah,
quite right. Gemma says, hi Vicky, these are great, but these are a great buy. Just wondering, can you tickle the price down? Oh, tickle the next price down, yes. Is it? Shall we do that? Shall we do it? Is it these? Ooh. That's it. We've even got a phone call to say, prices, tickle down, what? Love it. Right, let's have a little look at these. We've got, if you've got those citrine and amethyst in your basket, check that out. Look at that. These two themselves could be summer or winter instantly, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Either or.
Yeah, they make you think of Frozen and getting that lovely sort of icy jewellery, but also that really nice summer fresh jewellery as well. They'll go any season.
That's it. Because as soon as you look at it, you think, oh, maybe denim and sort of little cotton shirts and things like that. Or you're right, like the kind of icy, frozen feel to it. These are beautiful. So 50 carats worth of your blue chalcedony, again graduated faceted rondelles. They would go lovely with that citrine. The two of them would go lovely with both of them. Yeah. The whole set together, I think, would be lush. Look at that. Yes, please. Yeah, that's lovely. That to me is more summery now. As soon as you add that citrine in. There's the sunshine. Yeah, liking that. We've also got 95 carats with clear quartz, so graduated irregular plain drops, go from 5x3 to 10x4. So both of these should be at £10.90. both of these strands are going to take them down to $6.95. That's a little more than a tickle there, Phil. Indeed. $6.95 in both these. And these have got the most beautiful clarity to them as well, really letting the light sort of bounce around in those. I'd want to be creating pieces with real movement in them so that you can really see that sort of sparkle and glisten.
You could make, you know, you can go down there sort of making little flowers.
Oh,
you could
beautiful.
make a really beautiful floral piece with, if you know, if you tied it in with the other, if you did get both the bundles together.
Lovely.
And have that. But if you had it as that, you could make little, you could sort of have it, you know, little twists of the blue and the little flowers. You could add different coloured wire.
Daisies.
You could make daisies.
Super cute.
But you could also just have them as like little water drops. You could have it as on the end of some chain and have it as a tassel. And
Lovely.
Just really keep it simple and elegant.
Yeah.
You could do that lariat type, so you just make a nice large jump ring, or we've had some lovely large jump rings.
Yes.
Not jump rings, sorry, toggle clasps.
Toggle clasp, yeah.
So you would have that, put layers of chain, just feed it through.
Lovely.
And then just have different
And have
lengths.
them.
Yeah, and then you can wear it whatever length or style that you want.
That's it, and you'd get really lovely movement that way,
Yeah.
wouldn't you? Yeah, there's about 20 of you with it in your baskets, I believe. We've only got 18 left. There we go. 6. That's such great value, isn't it? I mean, I think if you've got your basket open, these are the sorts of pieces that you go, I know I'm going to use them. Clear quartz, going to go with anything.
Yeah.
Beautiful blue. Just add them to your order.
Yeah, and again, you're saying about the seasons, but whatever colour wire you add will make a difference as well.
Absolutely.
So if you put your silver with it, you'd have a real lovely, fresh, vibrant piece. But if you put your copper wire with it,
Yeah.
it would change the tone of it completely.
Yeah, completely
Because it would change the colour of the blue, and it would show through the quartz.
Oh, a copper would look beautiful with
Yeah.
that clear quartz. Yeah, stunning. $6.95 for both of those. We've only got 12 of those left. Lots of people come through on the phone line. 6 for waiting there. Linda, Beth, Anne, Muriel, Barbara, Judith, June, Elizabeth. We've got Jana, Nesta. We've got Dawn, Marianne, Mandy. We've got Lynn, Sandra, Joyce. Linda, yours just come through. So is yours, Jane. Georgina, well done. Checking your basket out. $6.95. Yeah, we've got 8 of those left. So do grab those. Right, let's pop them on there. There we go. Right. Is it? Is it time now? Lovely. It's time for a designer inspiration. All right, we had a little sneaky peek. We were like rushing to get rid of the new. We were like, quick!
Nice and organised, you know. Go.
What else have I made? I love this kit.
I literally.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, yes, I love it.
When these dresses originally came out, I went upstairs. I bought some different colourway, and I went upstairs to Pip and said, "If you ever get these in a kit, you know," and he just laughed and went, "Yeah, all right." And then I got this, and I was like, "Oh, I must have done something right."
Yeah, I love it.
So I was just so chuffed. It's stunning.
They are. Should we have a little look and see what you've made? Then we'll have a look at the components in the kit to see how to make these.
Wow. Yeah,
I think perhaps these are the best jerseys I've seen.
They are amazing. I'm just in love with these.
They need to move, don't they? Hello, glitter.
You just don't see it. They're just beautiful.
Ah, stunning. So you made a ring out of the coppery colours. Then we made a bracelet here out. Oh, it's like fairy dust. Because they're a really nice size, aren't they? They're not like bam, wow in your face. They're
subtle.
They're really subtle, but they're so glamorous.
Yeah, and you can go to town. I've gone to town and I've kept it simple.
Yeah,
you know.
It's nice to know that you can do that. I love this. Love, love, love this with the chain, and then you've got the beautiful pendant down at the bottom. Was the wrapping of the pendant very similar to that of the cuff?
No, they're kind of slightly different. I'm going to keep this one quite simple, so I'm going to show you some nice, simple, easy ways to wrap these cabochons because they're so stunning. I don't want people to be put off of buying them because they don't know how to to deal with them.
Yep. Then you've gone to town.
Yeah, I had a bit of fun with that one.
I love this. This is beautiful. This you would need a very sort of classic looking outfit.
Yeah.
And then hit them with the jewellery.
Yeah.
Let's just move those out the way a second. Let's have a look at that. And the silvers and the coppers look stunning together.
the thing is, I really should learn to read my emails and read the titles of my kits, because I didn't realise it was called mixed metals. But I thought they've got to be put together.
Oh yeah.
I had to.
So
mix those
even
metals.
without knowing that that's what the title was, you did it anyway.
Yeah, because I just thought it's got to be done, and it was really nice to be able to mix those colours up, mix those metals up, and really make those stones pop.
And then gorgeous earrings. So let's have a look at the components that you get within this kit, just to say, I mean, that's just your interpretation of it. You can work with them, obviously, however you want. Let's have a little look at this now. Let's take a look at these cabochons, because to me, these are my favourite part of this kit, without a doubt. So there's 5 in each colour, I believe, and we've got them in the copper and in the hello sparkle. They are just so beautiful, aren't they? And then the copper colour there as well.
And they're all different. Some are really deep, and some are just they all sparkle the same.
Yeah.
But you know, they're all different as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you are going to show us how to do some wrapping. So without wire, we cannot do any wrapping. So in here, what do we have in here? There we go. There we go. So in the copper colour and in the silver colour, there is 0.4, 0.6 and 0.8. 10 metres of each one. Necessary? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I've done all of that, and I've still got this.
Brilliant.
So, or not those,
I've got
that was my
tons
edition,
left.
but I've still got a handful of those, and those, a massive tube of these still,
Yeah,
and all of this wire left.
Yes, whenever I've seen these have gone.
Yeah.
Whatever colour, whatever style, and I have to say I haven't seen them for a while either.
No, I haven't had them for a while. I think I've only ever had them once before in a kit.
Yeah.
And that was a couple of months ago.
I love
They're
them.
great. They're really great.
Yeah, they're fabulous. So you get 700. I've only got so many left. 700 in the 3mm beads, which means they go through
everything.
The wire that we had as well earlier, the kind of almost Viking knit style wire that we had. If you create your own Viking knit, brilliant. That can go through that as well. And then we have also got silver colour-coated hematite and the plain rice beads. Now these are about 4x3 and a 38cm strand. So there's lots on there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've used tons, and I've still got a handful of them here.
Brilliant.
Still got, I've still got stuff. I could have done Viking filled with. I could do a Viking knit and fill it with these. You could just go to town with this.
So this is a fabulous kit. I love these spacer beads. The cabochons are stunning. They are absolutely stunning. So, all the 5s, 5, 5, 5, 5, but that's not what we're going to say. We're going to ditch the 5s. So it should be at £55 and 55 pennies. Wow, 34.95. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
34.95. Wow.
Not much to be said, is there really?
That's brilliant.
Those stones are just stunning. And
surely you'd pay that for the wire, wouldn't you?
there's a lot of wire,
There's loads of wire there.
Those drusies, when we first started getting drusies in, we used to get them in they were very small. They were drilled, but they were very small, round. They were, and they were about pieces of 5, or the real high end were about 5, and they were about £30.
Wow.
This was when we first started to get the druzy in. So, to be able to get a whole kit with 10 of those in and everything else is just amazing.
Yeah, I think it's great. Yeah, like you say, you've got 10 of those beautiful cabochons. I'm just going to grab this I'm grabbing. I grabbed it. And let's have another look at these cabochons. They're pretty huge. Ah! Are they even too big to go on the grabber? No, we got it. They are, I love them.
They're just beautiful.
I've not seen them in the copper either. Oh, yes, the sparkle.
And they really are sparkly. I mean,
stunning,
when you've got them in front of you, and they're so highly polished.
Yes. That's what I love about it. And I think that's why I think these are some of the best quality of cabochons. Like with the druzy that we've seen, with that sort of shimmer and sparkle. And like you say, don't be put off by them, because there's lots of different mediums that you can use for these. Because you can do your wire wrapping, you're going to show us how to do that, so that's great.
Yep.
But you don't necessarily have to do that. You could put it on backing fabric, you could soutache around with these. or the silvery ones, whichever one you want to do it. Then you could work your Viking knit perhaps around, or however you want to work with them. Don't be put off, and don't feel if you can't do the wire wrapping, oh well, I won't get them.
Yeah.
There's lots of different things that you can do with them.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I've kept mine quite simple because of the fact that there is that amazing amount of druzy in the centre.
Yeah.
I didn't want to cover that with wire work, so I needed to work out a way to just hold the stones, but be able to let that druzy still shine through. And so the technique, I mean, I've put 5 in one necklace. That's a luxury.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. But for me, I was thinking that's an impact piece. So it would be that money on its own just for that. And then you would have the other 5 just to play about with.
I would expect to pay more for that.
Yeah, because of the time that goes into it. You know, I Viking knitted, there's 2 types of Viking knit on that necklace alone. Each one of those components are individually made and then wired on. So your time that goes into that has to be taken into account. But you could just put 3 on there if you wanted.
Yeah,
just
of course
one.
you could.
You can adapt these designs however you want
to do it.
I just wanted to kind of make that, you know, the big bib statement pieces are what's in at the moment.
Yeah,
those
of course they are, yeah.
simple dresses, statement top, and if you had, again, a high neck top like this on, or higher up here, and that necklace on, it would look like it's part of the dress.
It would look beautiful.
So, yeah, it would really tie in with what you're wearing.
And I think with these these metallic colours, they'll go, it doesn't matter what colour you're wearing either, it's going to go really well with anything that you decide to put it with, especially with those kind of classic, plain, but coloured pieces, whether it's black or blue or red or anything like that. These pieces will go with that.
Yeah, and if you don't feel comfortable colour mixing, you know, everybody likes copper, I appreciate that, you know, and everyone likes silver, don't like the mixed metals look. You can do that look with just one colour.
Of course you can.
You can do it with either the copper or the silver. So you're not tied to putting those 2 colours together. You can keep it however you want and adapt it however. The earrings have been done very similar, but they've just been done purely in silver. So you can see the difference of keeping it all one metal colour to how mixing it gives it a bit more of a modern edge.
Yeah.
If you did that piece in complete silver, you would have a really high-end, elegant, go into a ball kind of piece.
Yeah, that's it, absolutely. Yeah, these are beautiful. Lots of people grabbing this kit. I'm not surprised because I think it's fab. I love this ring. This is fabulous.
I've never done a prong set ring like that before. So that in itself was a bit of a challenge for me. So I was really quite chuffed with how it turned out.
No, it looks brilliant. And there's just enough room there to add the prongs in, isn't there, without covering up that druzy?
Yes, just about got around the edge. And again, you know, there are quite a few that, although they're not the same, they're quite similar. Yeah. So the druzies are quite similar. So the earrings, I was able to find 2 that were very similar.
Perfect.
Yeah. For the necklace, there's a really druzied piece, which I used as a centrepiece, and then the slightly less ones on the side. So, you know, they're just amazing.
They're brilliant, aren't they? And it's so good that you've got the wires that will match both those cabochons, will match both the spacer beads, that you can mix and match if you want to, keep them one or the other. However you want to work with them, it's totally up to you.
Yeah, and you can see, I've done some netting, but we've done netting and embellishing, which we'll talk on. But I've also just done the pendant with just playing about with the wire, and also the bracelet, just playing about with the wire. So what I want is to be able to, you know, don't be afraid if you're thinking these are too small. I'm not very good with cabochons, so I definitely won't be able to deal with these because they're smaller. You know, I'm going to show you hopefully how you can overcome that.
Brilliant, let's do that then.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Right. Oh, look. And they all come individually. So you know they're all you can just put them to one side.
That's great because they're all then really protected, aren't they? They're not going to rub off each other or anything like that. They're just kept
as they should be. Yeah. So and again, okay. Do you want to choose a stone?
Oh yes, please.
Go on.
I would like to choose this one,
copper.
please.
Do
Yes,
you want copper wire or silver?
Copper, please.
Copper. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just start off by showing you the pendant, and then after the pendant I'm going to show you the bracelet, and then we'll go on to the earrings, or you know, the earrings and the pendant, the necklace itself are all very similar technique. It's all just an embellishment of taking it a step further.
Brilliant. So the sort of the basics are the same, and then adapt it
and then you just tweak it and go however far you want with it, really.
Brilliant.
Okay, so we've got this one, and we're just going to make a pendant. This does work lovely in the copper because you have got these copper beads. I've gone quite, you can see how much I've done with these beads, and that's how much I've used out of the tube.
Wow, they go such a lot, about 700 of them.
And there's still a handful at home, I'm not going to lie.
Couldn't quite get back in the tube.
I actually used, and you'll see this later when we do our Viking knit, when we get our tools, but this is the conditioning cloth that comes with the draw plate, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
And so when I went to do this part here with the copper beads, because I do make quite a mess when I work. I try not to, but I try.
Being creative.
Yes, it's creative.
Being creative.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. More messy than more creative. That's what I tell myself.
I'm going to roll with that because I'm so.
Yeah. So I put that, I lined my bead, my tray with that.
Yeah.
And then I popped some of them on, and they're not going to go anywhere because this is like that kind of felt material, and then they're easier to pick up and they're contained. So like if I finished, I can just pick that whole piece up like that. Yeah. Pour them back in a tube. So it's just a little tidy tip if you're anything like me. Not saying you are.
I am though.
If you are, I feel sorry if you're anything like me. Okay, so what I'm going to use for this one is going to be the 0.6 wire.
Okay, cool.
So we've got a 0.6, 0.8 and 0.4. Yeah. The 0.4 isn't really suitable for this because it's not strong enough. Okay, cool. Okay, it's going to be too weak to be able to hold it.
So it's more about decoration. It's
more about decorating and securing the stone. Yep. You could use 0.8, but you'd have to be 100% comfortable with the wire. So it's just got to be a little bit more controlled with the 0.8. Yeah. The 0.6 is just that little bit easier on you. Yeah. So, and it does slip a little bit, but you can manipulate it a little bit easier.
Okay, cool.
So that's why I've chosen the 0.6.
Yeah, no, that's great.
And what I'm going to do, I know I just do a length. My default length is about 1 metre.
About?
Yeah, ish. You'll get your own default, yeah.
Do you know what? Lots of
we all do it, don't we?
Yeah, lots of people go, that much. And I'm like, and how much is that much?
And it is actually right. It is about 1 metre.
Yeah, I think it is about 1 metre.
Yeah. So the reason is I want enough wire that I can do whatever I want, and if I have too much, and that's fine. I just cut the wire off. But I'd rather have that than have to add in.
To add to it, because that'd be really difficult.
Yeah, that would be very tricky. So initially, when I did this, I was thinking I was going to have it set like this, and that would be the pendant, and I was just going to wrap it. But as I started doing it, it started to twist a little bit, and I liked the fact that it was twisting.
Yeah, I do too.
And it gave it a little bit more character.
Yeah, definitely.
So it ended up twisting a little bit on an angle, and then it just sort of straightened. And I thought, no, I like it like that. Yeah. It suits it better. So let it, sometimes if it doesn't end up how you intended, you know, go with it and see what happens.
Yeah, go with the flow and see how it works out.
So what I'm going to do is place my wire across the back of the stone, okay, just across the centre. And I'm just going to keep it nice and secure, holding it with my finger. And I've got probably about 5 or 6 inches of the wire just coming across what would be the top of the pendant. Okay. That will probably change. So now I'm going to just, it will, swoop that wire across the front like this. Yeah. I'm just going to, what I want to do is catch this stone. Now what I need to do is be careful. I want to try and let that, as much of that druzy shine as possible.
Yeah, of course, so that's the main bit of it, isn't it?
Trying to avoid going over the druzy, so it's just splashed across. Now I'm going to turn it over to the back, and it will move, and that's fine, and the stone will come out, and that's fine. Because that can scare people sometimes when they're doing something like this and stone comes out, they panic and they think, oh, it's not working, because the stone will come out, it's fine.
Yeah, till it's fully encased, it's got movement, won't it? So
you can put masking tape on it if you feel you need to. But when you're trying to do something a bit freeform like this, the masking tape can hinder you a little bit, because you're kind of having to undo your masking tape to reposition it to move to the next stage. But if you feel that you want that masking tape, it's perfectly fine. It will not damage the stone, it will not damage the wire.
Okay, cool. So nice tip.
So now what I'm going to do is, I know that that's just round about hooked onto the stone from the front, and what I'm going to do is just rotate the wire at the back so it's into a lock.
So kind of caught it together.
Yeah, so it's just gently spiralling around, and this is how you can see how it started to change its direction now, because now that wire's here. So now what I want to do is reposition it, see how it's sitting. Okay, I've got it like that. So I'm going to take that other wire and just wrap that around here as well. And it is a very small cabochon, so it's a bit tricky for me to show you 100% detail, but I'm just trying to do it as best as I can. Every time I turn it around, I'm just putting the pressure quite a lot on the stone, more so than the wire. Yeah. So that's going across then. And again, I can either loop it around this wire, or I can feed it underneath.
Through one of the loops you've already made.
It's going right underneath there, because if you keep going over it, what can happen is you can bulk out the back, and then you're going to end up with it off balance because it's not going to sit flat. But there's a natural gap underneath it anyway, so you just slide that wire under. It's not going to create as much of a bulk. If that makes sense?
Yeah, no, that does make sense. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just feeding that through. Your wire will twist, and that's absolutely fine. Just gently untwist it, because you are using that thicker gauge, what can happen is it can tend to get lots of little kinks as it's going along.
Right.
And sometimes they'll happen without you realising, and then they'll sort of stop.
Okay, almost where you kind of
yeah, and it can sometimes jolt the piece out of your hands. I've done it so many times. So it's just about controlling it as you're going along. Okay.
And if that does happen, just go,
you just gently
go back and
untwist it, straighten it, and then replace it.
Carry on.
Yeah, if your stone comes out, I mean, this stone's still going to come out. It's not a problem because I've not set it yet.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can think, well, that's fine. I can deal with the problem and then go back to it. So I can pop that back, and then I'm just popping it back in now, and locking it back into place.
Brilliant.
So it's locked like that. I mean, it's still not secure. So now what I want to do is looking at the back, so I now need to get the security onto it. So if you can see it there, it's starting to get a bit of stability. It's being held, but it's not, it needs security here. If I hold it up, you'll see. Okay, it needs security here and here. So you can see we've got the support on the sides, but what we haven't got is the support at the top. So it needs to have that 100% support before we know it's going to be nice and secure. So it's about looking at your piece and thinking, right, what can I do now? Now my wire's here, so now I can bring it, but if I'm squeezing this, I'm holding it, and there's a little bit of a gap between the wire here, which will happen. Can you just about see that?
Yeah.
There, see I can bring the wire through it? So I'm going to use that gap, bring the wire through it. So I'm just rotating it around. And now what I can do is just do a little swirl with your hand, because this is the beauty of using the 0.6. Just a little sort of swirl like that.
Yeah.
And then that brings the wire over here. So you can see I'm starting to get that security points done now. Okay, if these move, don't worry. You can still secure them. You're going to gradually support them. Same on this side. See again how easy that wire was just to go straight through?
Yeah.
This might be where if you want to put tape, you could put the tape on.
Right, okay.
So you've got it locked.
You've definitely got a shape.
Yeah, I've got a shape now, so what I could do is put my tape across the bottom section here, do the top section, secure that, take that tape off, replace it up there, and then do that. It's
great that that does nothing to the wire, to the gemstone itself. That's really good. So you can have that kind of support.
Yes. And it won't damage the stone, and it will make it easier for you, especially, as I said, if you are starting out, and you know, I'm probably making this look more tricky because I'm trying to show the camera. If I was sat at home just like this, it's going to be a lot easier trying to show it in an unnatural position.
Right, I understand.
If you're doing this and you're just sat here like this, you can see it, and you've got more control. See, if I'm holding it like this, how much easier it is for me to do. Okay, so that's why it's probably looking a little bit more than it actually is.
I think if anybody's got any questions as well, send your text message in. If you've got any questions about wire wrapping, about wrapping on a cabochon, is there any sort of tricks, and is just saying a few of those as we go along as well. Please send your messages in at 60777 and start with JM Studio, just like Louise. Hi ladies, love this kit. And Laura's designs. I lost the text message. There it is. Laura's work is divine as always. Please can you tell me if JMY is e-coated to prevent skin irritation?
I think it is.
Yes.
I know, if I remember looking at these are coated. I'm sure I saw it on these. I'm pretty sure
it does.
I'm pretty sure they are, because I'm very, very sensitive to metals. I can't wear watches.
Me too. No, nor can I.
No,
they're
just
horrible little
rash and bump and horrible.
Terrible. Me too.
And even with the new, regulations, the new metals, I still can't wear them.
Nickel effect.
Yes, but I can wear. I wear
me too.
the coloured wires, the plated wires all the time, and earrings made out of the hooks going through my ears. I can wear them.
That's good, because I've not tried that yet.
Yeah, I can't wear them all week.
Yeah, but for a night.
But I can wear them for about 2 or 3 days.
Brilliant.
Yeah, take them in, take them out, sort of thing.
Oh, cool.
So that I could easily do that. So I would go with. I wouldn't 100% say yes, but I'm pretty sure.
Maybe we could find out, Phil, if that's all right. Well, we're probably going to say. It's a probable yes, but we will find out 100%
we think
for you.
So.
Yeah. If you do want to send any messages in like that, 60777, and if you've got that kit in your basket, do check it out, because that was a £20 saving on that. Let's just do this while we're here, because I think adding into it, this is 0.25 wire in each of these colours. So this would go really nicely, especially these two, would go really nicely with that kit.
That's just the whole 2 designer
Caboodle.
Inspirations done with that extra wire there. That's essential.
So these two obviously sitting really nicely with the kit, and also in the antique bronze. Not only that, I've got some DVDs. So I think if you've never worked with wire, we've got Wire Work Edition 1, 2, 3 and 4. And I believe these are yours.
Yes, they are.
There we go. So we've got introductions to all of them: spiral rings and earrings, tree of life, herringbone weave, wire frame pendant, woven cuff bracelet, charm ring, wire wrap jig, findings. Oh, that's really good because the 0.8 is great for that, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Squiggle bracelet. There's so much on here. Basic weaves, woven bangles, feature rings. There you go. Oh, little taster. There you go. And I always think the DVDs are brilliant because you can get them home, you can start and stop whenever you want to. You don't have to have any internet connection. You can just watch them, press play, fast forward. I know how to do that bit. Oh, I didn't quite get that. Rewind, start again. And I just think it's so good. And you've got every edition there as well.
Yeah.
And do they get harder, or they're just different things, or?
They're all pretty mixed range, I think. I try to keep them quite mixed, so there's a variety of, you know, beginner, intermediate, and even more slightly advanced.
Yeah.
So, and the third one is quite focused, quite a section focused on weaving.
Brilliant.
So we do about sort of 5 different weaves on there. We do the netting technique, which is what we're going to be showing a little bit of today. You know, so it's like you say. I've got some DVDs at home and I wanted to play about with the friendly plastic. The first thing I did was go and get Liz's friendly plastic DVDs. The stamping, I got Debbie's DVD.
Yeah.
So they are essential, even if it's something that you think you know.
Yeah.
You think, actually, I know how to do that, but sometimes people do it differently.
Yeah, of course.
And they might do it an easier way that you don't know.
Yeah.
Because I've done this, I've sat down with people and I've had workshops where people have gone, oh, I do that like this. And I'm like, that's actually easier than how I've been doing it. So you always pick up tricks.
Absolutely, and even if you do know how to do it, it's nice to get sort of a bit of inspiration. Oh, I haven't done that for ages, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
Let's try that, and let's do that.
Yeah.
So we should be at 25 at 65. Is that what you're doing? So it's going to 11.95, which works out, close your ears, £3 a DVD, and wire for free.
Oh, I forgot you got the wire.
You've got the wire for free.
And you've got the 0.25, haven't you? Is it 0.25?
0.25. Or £4 a reel and free DVDs, whatever you
That
want to look at it.
0.25 would make such a difference to this kit. If I had 0.25, what I would have done with it would be completely different to what I've done with it.
Brilliant. So add that into that kit. If you've got that kit, if you've got it in your basket, check it out, because it was $34.95 for 60 metres. Wow. 60 metres worth of wire, 10 of the beautiful cabochons with all that druzy, the hematite and the spacer beads, and then adding that to it is an absolute must, I think. You've got the same 2 colours, beautiful antique bronze. If you're mixing metals, just go for it.
Antique bronze and copper to me are a classic combination. I love that combination.
Yeah.
So I would do, with the copper, one of the copper druzies, I would be doing my 0.25 antique bronze, my copper in the 0.8,
Lovely.
a nice woven feature, possibly do it on a Viking knit chain or a Viking knit bracelet, which I would then have that as the feature clasp. So
lovely. So
completely different.
Completely different to what you can do with it, and just helps enhance it, because you can go with just these, add that to it if you want to, use them separately, use them together. However you want, and you know, it enables you, the 0.25 enables you to weave with 0.6 and 0.8, which you can do with a 0.4, but I don't like to very much, because it can tend to pull and distort the 0.8 wires. Yeah.
So if you said to me you've got to weave 0.8, I would always go for the 0.25 personally.
Yeah,
so,
and to get all 3 colours there, so if you want to mix them up, you can. Great that you've pretty much got as many gauges as you need there, 0.8, 0.6, 0.4, and if you add this to it, you've got the 0.25, and you've got 4 DVDs.
Also just thought, because I was thinking, you can do crochet and knitting with your 0.25. So if you did imagine if you knitted a cuff and filled it up with these little copper beads.
Yes, please.
And then maybe just had one of your druzies knitted into the middle of it.
Oh, how gorgeous.
That would be a real wow piece, wouldn't it?
That would be stunning. I think if you're grabbing this, go back and have another look at the kit, because $34.95 for all of that, and this is a real add-on to that. Really helps. I can't believe that's $11.95.
And I think even if you have those DVDs, or you know, you might have 3 of them, or 1 of them, or some of them, then you know, it's always worth, for that, like you say, you're getting that wire, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You might be getting a couple of DVDs that you don't already have, maybe give some as a gift, or maybe, you know, if you've got like a holiday home, or you know,
leave them there.
Leave them somewhere, or just have them carry them with you. Because you know, I've got a laptop bag I carry about with me. Yeah. So it's handy just to have. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we normally do the DVDs for more than that, for 4 of them would be more.
Well, yeah, they're normally,
so,
yeah,
so $4.95 I think we normally do them for. So to get, wow, it's great, isn't it? So we've dropped the price of the DVDs. They're now, let's say, £3 each, and you're getting the wire as an add-in for free. Cool. Right, please carry on.
Okay. Okay. So all I've done is just sort of pulled that wire around a couple more times and just secured it. So the second half of this, the bottom of this so far, or this section here, is getting more secure.
Yep.
Just a little bit, and it's just playing about. Now, at the moment, it hasn't got a definite shape. I haven't set how I'm going to have it. You know, I'm just going to look at it.
The choice is still yours.
The choice is still mine. But what I do want to do is start securing this side now.
Yep.
So initially I was thinking, well, that will be my bail wire, but then I thought, no, actually, because I've got so much wire here, I can bring a wire wherever I want, so don't feel I'm committed to that wire's there.
That's how I started, so that's how I've got to carry on.
You don't need to worry about that. So what we can do now is to start to get that wire to where we want it, just swirl it to get it into a nice, the curve to go in the direction that you want.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do is add a couple of these little beads, which are great. They have got lovely drill holes on, but there we go. Just pop a couple of these on.
Yeah.
Oh, this is always the worst bit. Sorry, I should have done this when you were doing the other bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a few on. There you go.
They do go on really easy.
They go on really easy.
So what's the largest gauge of wire you can put those on?
Well, this is a 0.6. I think you get a 1 mil through there.
Yeah.
I'll check. I'll check.
Have a look after. Yeah, that'd be great.
So then you can start to bring it around and start to frame the pendant a bit now and start to get that shape. So I'd need to pop a couple more, so I'll just do that very quickly.
Yeah. If you've got any questions or anything about wire wrapping or cabochons or anything like that, working with that, please send your messages in. Make sure you start with JM Studio and send it to 60777. Speaking of which, Sarah says, whoop, been waiting for 0.25 wire and to get Laura's DVDs too. How perfect! It's like a bundle made for you. I can sell on the ones I've already got and recoup some of the money. Perfect. Love that.
There you go.
From Pauline. Oh, hi ladies, lovely work, Laura. I always enjoy your wire work. Can you demo the prong set ring, please? Got the DVDs, can't wait. Could we maybe do that?
Yeah, we could do that.
We can do that.
We could do that.
We can do that. We can throw that in.
We can, yeah, that's why not. Okay, so what I'm doing now is just put enough on to look in it, you know, that it's in a nice decorative way. So now, I figured a word then. My brain just froze. So then I'm just feeding it through a gap on the back. And I've got my 2 wires together now.
Yeah. So actually a lot of the securing is done around the back of the cabochon, isn't it?
It is. But you don't want to make it look too messy around the back of the cabochon either. So you just want to secure it, but in a nice way. I mean, I'm not doing a brilliant job because I'm trying to show it quickly.
No, that's right.
But you can see now
it looks so gorgeous.
How it's starting to take shape. So what I wanted to do next was, if I hold that up, you can see.
Yeah.
So it's still not 100% secure. It's still got a few weak spots here.
Yeah.
Because there's no wire going across there, and you can tell that just by looking. Now you can tweak these wires.
Yeah.
Okay, now what I'm going to do is twist these 2 together.
Do you just know that because you've done it so much and you just know, or is it really obvious when you're holding on to it?
If you have a look at it, you can see there's wire across there and across there and across there, but there's none across here.
Yeah.
And you can feel it. There's movement in that stone.
Yeah.
It's not coming out because this wire here is stopping it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hitting those beads.
Yeah.
So it's got security, but it's got movement.
Okay.
And what you don't want is the movement. You want, because obviously if I was to say, oh look Vicky, I've made you this pendant, here you go, happy birthday. You know,
Too kind.
you'd be like, oh.
It moves.
Because it moves, and it would make you feel a little bit insecure because you'd be like, oh, is it going to fall out? And it wouldn't, but that can make you a bit nervous.
Yeah.
So what you would do is look at it and think, well, actually, it's got wire there and there. I wonder if I popped a bit of wire across there to really lock that piece in. So it is about looking and placing your wires, and if it doesn't work, then undo it.
Take it off and start again.
So what I'm going to do now is the 2 wires I've managed to get together, I'm just going to twist them. So this is the starting wire and the finishing wire.
Okay.
Just twisting them just with my hand. You can use a tool if you wanted to, but it's not really much point. Okay, because it's only a little tiny, it's only a tiny little bit to twist. That's all. So just done that there, and again now what I'm going to do is just with my hand I'm just getting that natural spiral and then bringing it across just to add that bit of texture in. So you can see how that then adds a difference.
Oh, nice, yeah.
So then you're just now building it up like this. So bringing that wire through, bring that second wire through, and you've got that there. So it's starting to take shape, and you can start to mould it around a little bit then. Yeah. See that now? So it's changed completely, but it's set more like this. Okay, it's still got a bit of movement. I'll show you the back, and this is another way of knowing it's not 100% secure. Yeah. Turn that round. You'll see that big area there. It's quite exposed. So if you were looking at it and you think, oh, that looks quite exposed, that's not got that support. So you would want to just give that little bit of extra support there as well. So that's another way. If I was looking at that, I'd think, well, that doesn't look that supported there.
Yeah, that might slide out.
So that might slide out. So now I've got to look at it. Do I want that wire there? No. Do I want to add a few more beads on there? So I could add more on there if I wanted to.
Yeah. So you just twisted it to be a little bit decorative?
Yeah, just decorative. No reason other than that. I could pop a few more beads on there. I'm not going to add all the beads as you go along, but you can see. Again, add a bead on, don't like it, take it off. It's not a problem. So now I want to just secure this side, so I'm just going to get this wire over here. Feed it through the little gaps if you're going along. Yeah. So I'm just supporting that stone across the back now. So that's nicely supported. Coming across here, add more beads if you want to. Twirl it around. And then just get that wire back over here. And it's more or less being supported now. So if you look at that, that stone in itself is set. If I hold it like that. I mean, you would take the time to make sure it's not going across the druzy and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm doing this quite quickly, but it's just to get the idea. But you can tweak that. No, if I move my hand, I tweak it.
So that's the beauty as well of having a 0.6 wire.
Yeah, you can tweak it and you can
malleable and you can move it around.
Yes.
I think we're on the last chance to be able to grab that kit. I think there's only about 20 of those left. So in the kit was those stunning druzies. I love them. Beautiful. You're getting 10 of those, isn't it? 5 in each colour. So 5 in the silver, 5 in the copper. Then you've got the wire to match as well in 0.6, 0.4 and 0.8. That was a random way of saying that. In the silver and the copper, plus those gorgeous spacer beads, and plus the hematite, silver coated hematite as well. And that all went to just $34.95. Should have been over £55. So great saving on that. And I think we are down to the last lot of those.
It's a beautiful, beautiful kit. Okay, so all I've just done now is I've just added a few onto that shorter wire there, just to show you, so then I can pop that through, and I could then be happy that I don't need that wire now, so I can just take that, and to get rid of it, I'm just going to wrap it just around once, because it will blend in, and just cut that to the front. And make sure there's no sharp edges, okay?
Yeah.
Now,
get it to disappear.
Yeah. Now, the other thing to mention about what you said about it being a 0.6 and the malleability, it's got pros and cons to this.
Okay.
So I do want to say this just to make you aware. If you haven't 100% locked it, what can happen is you can pull it like that,
and the wire
could move.
Yeah.
So make sure as you're going along, so that bit there, if I show you, you can see it's moving. Now, this is just because I've been doing this quickly, but what I probably would have done was added beads onto that as I was going along.
Right, okay.
If I had a piece like that, I would take my wire back down and stitch it.
Okay, and secure it in place.
And secure it, because it's better to do that and then know that if I stitch that and then just manipulate that wire back across here, I'm just feeding it through. Now that wire can't pick up.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just have a look at it, look at your whole piece, do exactly that, have a little look, really mould that wire, but make sure that you can do that, and there's a bit there, so I would go back across that and just stitch in with that wire, and it's all going to blend in. But bear in mind, I would have added more beads as I was doing this. Of
course,
and those beads would give more security.
And they hold that more in place.
Yeah, so just to make the bail, I won't do the whole piece, but have a look at your piece, see how you want to set it. So you can see if it's like that, you might want it like that, or you might want it like that. However you want your bail to be is when you're going to then take your wire. So if I wanted it to be sitting like this, oops, there we go, feed it into a nice...
Oh, so you can pretty much dictate where the bail goes.
So I'm going to say the bail's going to go there and get it straight. I would then just feed on the gemstones. When I've got on the amount I want, I did put quite a lot on, there's probably about 15 on there, because they are quite small, and I wanted a large bail because then I could put a Viking knit chain if I wanted to.
Of course, yes.
So that's your choice. Just pop them on and then take, you know, to be honest with you, you can just fold it over like this, or take a bail, making pliers, feed it back through to the front. So imagine I've popped them on there, feed it through, and then just get rid of that wire, either decorating a little bit more, or if you're ready to and you're finished, then just find a nice place for it to be cut, and then try and cut it to the front. And if you're cutting it to the back like that, I've got a little tiny sharp edge just there. You can just see it to the side there. So I take my round nose pliers, and what I would do is just tuck that right round.
Okay, and get rid of it.
And then just really crunch it to make sure it was no sharp edges, and it's just playing around, and even just doing that roughly, you know, I haven't really taken a lot of time, but you can see how it can,
there, isn't it? Yeah.
You can see how it can build up, and take your time when you're doing your design, and you can make that really, really pretty.
Yeah, I bet you can. Yeah, stunning. Okay. Lovely. Now, we talked earlier about the ring. Now, I asked if you could help. Oh, ta-da!
Ta-da! Yours looks much better than mine.
Only because mine's new.
Mine's
Yours has had creativity on it. We're talking about a ring mandrel for you. Now, I heard along the designer grapevine that actually these used to be quite difficult to get hold of, and perhaps still are, but the metal ones are so much better because you can harden, you can texturize, you can do all sorts of different things with them because of the fact that it is a metal ring mandrel as opposed to a plastic one.
Yeah, my very first ring mandrel was from a shop in Bristol. It was before I even knew JM existed, so I wasn't being a traitor.
Shock.
It cost me, can I say how much it cost me?
Yeah.
It cost me £18.
Right.
It was a metal but with a wooden handle.
Right.
So the handle broke because as you were using it, it became unloose.
Right, okay.
So it became unfinished.
Yeah.
And so then when I started getting these, they're so much better because they're more compact, because this ring mandrel was like this size because of the handle.
Right, yes, okay.
Whereas this one is a lot more compact, comes with a leather case, so you never lose it. And then I tend to put my little interchangeable hammer in with my case, and then I don't lose those bits.
Brilliant, so they're in together.
And I can hammer straight onto my ring mandrel should I want to. And
you need to work hard, and don't you? And you need to do all of that with it. It's also got the sizes all the way up and down there as well. And it's £8.95.
Yeah, so a lot cheaper than what I paid.
Not quite what you paid, no.
No.
There you go, they're the British sizes, and every other, and you can use them in between. So ring mandrel at £8.95, and you do get that little leather case as well with it. Yeah, let's do, wow.
Oh, they're cool.
They're very cool, aren't they?
Today.
We've got.
Okay. So, if you are watching, Mum, I want these. She did tell me she'd log on before. So if you're watching, I want them, please.
Hello, Mum. How fab are these? I feel a bit menacing with these.
Yeah, you do look a bit scary, a bit Edward Scissorhands.
Like a certain Marvel character.
You do.
Let's have a look.
I was thinking of a certain nightmare character.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that one too. Yes, absolutely. Watch out. So we've got square pair, rectangle and round. I feel like I should start a bit of a poem there. Yeah. Square, pair, rectangle and round in the beautiful bezel mandrels. These are fab. Now, talk me through these a little tiny bit, if you will, just so that we can know the beauty of having these, in case if someone's looking at them going, I like them, but what do I use them for?
What do I use them for? Okay, so you can use them for wire, obviously. Yeah. You can use them for your metal sheet, if you use metal sheet, to get those shapes as well, and to hammer onto. For me, the round one's really essential, which is why I've said I want this, Mum. Because I often use I know this is probably different relevant, but I use the Wags White Cone, the maxi one, to get nice pendant bails.
Right.
Okay. but because of the round one, it goes larger, so you could use that to create a larger, smoother, rounder bail if you're a pendant.
Absolutely.
So for me, that's ideal. For anything that you want to create circle shapes, you know, hammer around shapes, anything like that. Can I have the pear one and I'll show you a trick?
Please
You've got to work out which one the pear one is now, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's worth it just so you try and work out which one the pear one.
I'm just going to lay them there.
Oh, you're going to make me work it out, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, they're tricky, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's this one. Do you think?
Well, that's the round.
That's
the
definitely
square.
the round. That's the square.
rectangle.
We've got rectangle and by process of elimination.
That's not. I don't
Do
think
we
you've got.
have?
I don't think you've got two pairs. I don't think you've got
we've
a pair.
got two of these.
I think you've got two of one.
I think we have a 2-in-1 kit. Yeah.
Yeah, because look, they're all.
Oh. And that's the trick you wanted to show us.
Well, I'll show it on a square one. It's fine. Just a little heads up, they will be a bit oily.
Bit greasy.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, no, you're welcome.
Like sharing that. No, be careful before you touch it. That's nice.
No, don't be careful.
I can do it back now. Okay, so just a gentle. Just going to do a big handprint on your pretty dress.
Oh, very right.
So when you get them, they will be obviously slightly oiled, so you just need to clean them with a towel, they'll be fine. But what you can do is create nice shapes with them, and they're really good for if you are doing the cabochons, because you can create the frames for them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, and I will touch on the frames just for what we've done on the earrings.
Yeah.
I've done the same frame for the earrings and the pendant. So you can get the nice frame shape. So you just put that nice so you can just mould it nice and securely around there. So you get that nice square shape there.
That's nice.
Okay, now what you can do is just make a really cool shape with it. Just have a play and see what you can create. Obviously, they are better if your hands aren't slippery. I'm not going to lie.
So it should be at 25.80. There's 4 of these. Oh, why not? Why not take it down to 12.95?
This would work better with the pear-shaped one. But what you can do is create like a flower shape.
12.95 for all 4 of those as well. Square, pear, rectangle and round. Yep. This is cool.
It works better with the pear, but you can get like a 4-leaf clover effect.
Yeah, I really like that.
I'll just do one more. Now what you could do is you could mark this with a marker pen if you wanted the consistent shape, the sizes.
Put a sticker on it.
Put a sticker on it, marker pen, it will all come off.
Oh, marker pen will come off.
Yeah, if you just sort of wash it off. Don't want to state the obvious, but
I did it for you.
Yeah. So just keep doing it. So you would just do that, create that shape, and then what you could do then is hammer that.
I'm just having a look to see if you've got yours yet.
Can you see Laura Collection? I bet Emma's going to get a cup of tea or something. She'll come back. Oh no, I was getting a cup of tea. I didn't hear you. Just feeding the dogs. Right. So you've got a shape like that.
Oh, brill.
Okay. So then you could pop a stone into the middle if you wanted, but then what you could do is just play about with this and tweak it out a little bit if you wanted to get a kind of flower shape.
I like that a lot. We've got an anvil coming up. Are we going to do an anvil soon? Yeah. Now, if you had a shape like that, and you've already sort of created the shape and you're sort of tweaking it to have whatever finish you want, to harden that, the anvil would be perfect for it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely perfect. There you go. So you get that kind of shape there. Oh, it's so cute. I don't have my hammer though.
That's all right.
So you would just place it onto there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you would just hammer the edges, and these are perfect because you can put these in any direction, so you could place it down like that.
Yeah.
If you wanted it curved.
Yeah. No, you talked about this last time, and we didn't have anything to show, but that's wicked.
Yeah, so you could curve it, and then you could just hammer it and then get that curved shape.
Yep.
So you can do anything, but what I would say is don't hammer where you've wrapped the wires. I've just wrapped these wires around, so what will happen is you will loosen them.
Yeah.
You risk snapping them because you're going to weaken them. Sorry, not loosen them.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to get that shape, just place it in there, and then what you would do is, I don't have a hammer on me. I left my hammer at home. Is there any in here?
We're just going to see if there's a hammer anywhere else.
Ooh.
Oh no!
That was cool. There we go. but you would just hammer it there.
Yeah.
You know, as I said, or you can, but you could hammer it there and get the flat shape.
Nice.
But these are really cool, and they're portable as well. I have got my anvil in my bag.
And brilliant that there's so many sort of different shapes and.
Yeah. So you've got your little hole there, so you could.
Yes.
Secure your piece.
We spoke about this last time, didn't we? You can secure it, you can pop an earring down there as well. Like if you had the post of an earring, pop that down there and use that. We have just found a hammer.
Thank you. This one's textured, so we're not quite sure how this is going to turn out, but
cool, I think.
Cool.
Cool, I think.
You think?
Yeah.
So
I'm definitely that.
You're going with cool.
So. I'm going with cool.
So I'm able to secure it by using that little hole there.
Yeah.
Okay, but you have got. I know it sounds obvious. Be careful of your fingers. I say that, then I hit my fingers.
Please don't.
Please don't. It hurts. So you just move it around. Told you. It's cool.
Man.
I'm just going to do the other side just because I can.
Did you just do that? Yeah. Did you just do that mini anvil for £8.95?
Wow.
Lovely.
And these are very portable as well. As I said,
Yeah.
mine is actually in my toolbox.
Great. And to be honest with you, you've got to have something to texture onto, hammer onto, and really great if you could just put that and just put it in your little.
Yeah, I carry mine about.
In your jewellery box or in your bag or anything like that, and just would slot in really nicely.
And bear in mind, I have used a textured hammer, so it's going to look a bit different. But so you've just hammered that like that, see, and that's just done using the square one, I think, and just tweaking out those shapes. And then, you know, we were saying about putting it in here.
Yeah.
As I said, I have already crosswise. I will gently, but you can just get that kind of curve, and this is brilliant for your sheet metal.
Yes,
you do have
really
the copper
good for
sheet,
that.
anything like that, because you can get that curve.
Yeah.
If you do cuffs or anything like that, it's going to be brilliant.
Perfect for that.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Or if you just wanted to do like a curved part of a, you know, like a blank.
Yeah.
Pop it there, 2 holes, pop a bit of Viking knit chain.
Brilliant.
So that's that. And then you've got something like that, and that's, you then could sew some beads in, or got one of these out for me. I got it. No, I haven't. I got it. So elegant. Launch. You could put one of those in the middle.
Oh,
you could
gorgeous.
even see if this will work.
Oh,
they're a bit large because I've done them a bit large, but you could. It's like a little.
Oh, I love it.
Piglet. They've been done a little bit large, but you could have done that, and then we've got a bail to weave with your 0.25 if you bought that.
Brilliant.
It's not the straightest, but it's just ideas.
No,
and that will hold, and that's all just been done from those tools. So you know, I would do that at the smaller part. Do some smaller pieces, and then you can cage that in. That's held securely, and it would look almost like it's been prong set in effect. So yeah, play about with it.
Fabulous, love that. That anvil went to £8.95. Now just looking at all of these beautiful bright colours. Love it. We're going to do these in just a moment. Did you want to show us how to do this?
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, it's fine. Right, I'm cheating a tiny bit for this.
What gauge have you used there?
Right, I'll talk this through.
Yeah.
I'm using 0.8 because the highest, when I do a ring, I tend to like to use, if I'm going to do something like this, I would ideally, again going back to that 0.4, be using a 1 mil.
Okay.
Because a 0.4 and a 0.8 can pull.
Okay.
So what I did was I took 3 pieces of 0.8 and a lot neater than I'm currently doing, bound them together. So I've just wrapped it, which is the ring shank, okay? I've just done this because I need these wires to be held together for the next section. So I've just loosely wrapped it around.
Brilliant,
okay, but what I did, if you can see on the ring here, is I've taken the time to wrap it all properly with the 0.4.
Brilliant.
Okay?
Yeah.
So then, taking your ring mandrel, you want it to be pretty much the size that you want that ring to be. Because there's not a lot of adjustment.
Okay, not a lot of movement after that.
If anything, maybe a tiny tad smaller, because as you start working with it, it opens out. Because as soon as I let this go, it's going to spring a little bit. So I want my 2 coils to sort of meet with a tiny little gap. Then what I'm going to do is remove it. And just to secure this together, I'm just going to take that wire that I've been wrapping all of this with and just wrap that side a couple of times. And then the bottom. So these 2 are then securely locked in shape.
Into each other,
okay, so not loads. And I also need my wires to sit nice and next to each other the whole time. The other thing I'm going to say about using the copper-plated wire is be careful with it.
Yeah.
Like any other wire, if you're too rough, then you can take the coating off. But what you don't realise with copper wire is that you've taken the coating off because it's copper over copper.
Yeah.
But bare copper will tarnish.
Yes.
So if you've marked it without realising, what will happen is through wear or just through general, if I've marked this prong here, that prong will tarnish. Yeah. Because it's the bare copper showing through. So just take care. A lot of, you might be thinking, oh, it's fine, it's copper, I can't see what I'm doing. But it does show a little bit of what will happen is if you ever find you've got copper pieces and little dark spots appear, it's probably where you've just marked the coating. Yeah. Okay, so it's fine. You can polish it back up if you do that, but it's just be careful.
Yeah, easier just to be careful along the way.
Okay, so pop that on. Okay, so now I've got a lot of metal stuff.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Let me move that out of the way.
Sorry, let's just gently. Oh, I've got greasy hands again.
Oh, you could have warned me.
Didn't think you needed to. There we go. Right, careful, that's a bit greasy. So, I've got that placed at the size that I want now, okay? I saw that. I actually saw that. So, can't imagine if we had actually something messy to work with. Glitter or something. Oh gosh, we'd be like children. We'd be separated. Yeah, so Laura and Vicky won't be working together again. Right, so placing that there, I'm doing is just making sure that those wraps are nice and neat. So I'm just going to sort of space these out. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mention about the length of wire that you would need for 0.8. Yeah. What you would need is probably about
that long.
I was trying to work out in my head how long that was. Thank you.
30 centimetres?
Yeah, enough to basically go around the ring mandrel and then have little tails of about 5 inches.
That much.
You're helpful.
I try.
Yeah. Okay, so basically it's enough for us to be able to go and set the prong and then come back down to the ring and wrap around the shank. Yeah. This is going to be too much, but it's better to have that too much wire because it's easier to work with. Yeah. Okay, so again, it's just how you don't need like a whole metre, you don't even need half of a metre, you just probably need about a ruler's length. So take your stone. Sorry, just hit you then.
It's all right. I'll do it again then. What are you after?
I can't open anything. Like
so greasy.
Right, so place that how you want it to sit. Now I set mine like this. There's nothing to say you don't set it like this.
No, however you want.
These are ideal for rings. They are perfect.
Great size for rings, aren't
they're
they?
Perfect.
And could you make earrings out of them as well?
I made earrings.
Yes, indeed you did. Could you make like little...
You knew that though, didn't you?
I did know that. Could you make like little ones?
Like stud kind of ones? Yeah, you could. You could just net them and you'd have to kind of set the sort of stud part of it to the centre of the stone. Yeah. There's a way of doing that. I would probably put a tiny bit of glue just to secure it because it's almost like a spring. Yep. You know when you get that and then you pull, that spring would come out, so you would need to secure that spring.
Secure that in place. Cool, that's good.
So yes, you could. So placing it on here, so now all you want to do is start to form, so place it where you want it and take one of the side ones, okay? I'm just taking one of them and I'm just bringing it so I get an idea of how far I want it to come up. I do a lot of this by eye because I'm not very good at measuring, so I can see. You could get a marker pen and you could just put a little tiny dot there so you know exactly where it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can think, right, okay, it's just
on the wire itself,
Okay.
Lorraine says, hi all, Fab Designs Laura, are the sizes on the ring mandrel actual sizes or are they bigger? Are wire wrap rings bigger than normal ring size?
No, wire wrap rings are exactly the same as a normal ring size. So if you wear a size N, then it's a size N. Yep. These are standard. You could size an actual ring or a made ring.
Okay, cool.
So these are accurate.
That's good to know.
You know, if I said to you if you said what size is my ring, you could put it on there, and it would be accurate. Okay. When you're sizing a ring, there are a few general rules. So one is if you're doing a general, just putting a drill gemstone on and wrapping it, it's about 2 sizes bigger than the size you actually want, because when you're working with wire, you will reduce the size, because your wire is going over and underneath. Yep. When you're doing something like this, you really just want to go for the size that you're aiming for, because if I show the ring, there's very minimal work done behind it. So
you're not condensing that space.
No, not reducing it very much at all. So it's very minimal just there. I'll hold it out like that. You can see the wire where it's very minimal. So that's not going to really reduce the size of the ring very much.
No, great.
If you were doing a very heavily wrapped ring, then you would maybe need to go up an extra, maybe 3 sizes.
Okay,
so just consider, I'm going to be doing loads of wire work on this. I might need to take that into consideration.
Yeah.
Little trick, if you do a ring that's too big, take some 0.4 wire and wrap, just like we have here, around the ring shank, and you'll reduce it by 1 size. And you can...
Oh, 1 size, really?
Yeah,
wow.
About 1 size. And if you need to get a bit more give, what you can tend to do is just gently turn the ring onto the mandrel, and you will probably get an extra size out of it. I can still move this down. I'm not, because I've got it at the size that I want it at and it's comfortable. Yeah. But if you were like, oh, it's a tiny little bit tight, I could probably manipulate another size out of it.
And spread it a little tiny
Yeah,
bit.
it's when it stops completely. When you're like, it won't turn anymore, that's your limit.
That's your lot.
Okay, so that's just little tiny tips for the rings. Cool. So I've placed this in here. I've got an idea of where I want this to go. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, keeping it bent, it is a bit tricky. It's fiddly. It's not tricky, it's just fiddly. Take my round nose pliers and just fold. So that's then going to become my first prong. Okay, and I take my chain nose pliers and just gently squeeze that together, and then I want it to follow, so I'm making the wire follow the shape of it, of what it's already doing. So it's come along up there and then down. I'm just getting it to follow along. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So that whole prong is sitting nicely. Yeah. Okay. Now, if I put that in, there's no way that's going to hold, but it does give me an idea of how that's going to sit. Yeah. I've made that a little bit big, but that's just because I'm doing this a bit quick.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so I can see that's going to sit like that, so then I'll probably do this side next. Yeah. And I'm going to repeat the same process, because you can't lock anything in until you've got a couple of them done. Of course, yeah. Once you can start locking them in, then you can start to get rid of these wires. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just, for argument's sake, do a couple the same way. So again, popping your round nose pliers in, and then just taking your pliers, and this is where you're likely to mark it. If you're going to mark this wire, it would be now. Right, okay. Okay, so just be careful. Don't be impatient. Yeah. I'm not saying that I am the most impatient person, and that's where this is where I would mark it. Right, okay. Okay, so I've got that wire there, so I can now see how these two are sitting. Now what will happen is you won't use all 8 of these wires. Okay. 6, sorry, of these wires, because you won't need to. If you look at one of them, or the centre one, I used to set the one here, did both of those, the top and bottom. Okay, so the top and the bottom of it is done in the same wire. And that was because I got to the point where I thought, I'm really bulking this up. Do I need to, because they're parallel, actually, I can just bring that wire straight down, do that additional one and bring it up. That's good to know. So 2 there and they're holding. Yeah. Okay, and then I will start to get rid of those wires. So I've got, I can see the tails here, so I've got the tail of that wire there, and what I'm going to do is just wrap it, and I've got the tail of that wire there, and I'm just going to bring it around to the shank here. That's it there, and just wrap it around. So you just secure the tail of the piece that you've used for the prong. That's it, and then I can just bring it only once, wrap it around once, cut it to the top and to the front. Real. While you carry on and do that, I'm just going to bring you these wires as well. So you've used 0.8 for that. And these are all 0.8 as well. All these beautiful colours. I'm loving this. Yes, they're gorgeous. So we've got silver, antique bronze. Then we have got pink, fuchsia and chartreuse. Really nice, I think, even if you want to mix maybe with the silver cabochons or even the copper. I think I'm looking at the copper next to that pink or antique bronze would look gorgeous. It is, and it changes the colour as well. So if you put the, if you put that hot pink on, I call it hot pink, but if you added that with the silver, it's going to look one way, but if you added it with the copper, it's going to tone down and become sort of a bit more richer. Yeah. So they, if sometimes, again, if you think, we've had this discussion, you probably wouldn't wear the bright, you would wear the bright, I would wear the soft. Yeah, that's it. Because of our colour tones. Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely right. But if you team it with something else, it just changes anyway. Really does, really does.
if you want to make your own findings as well, 0.8 is the kind of perfect
for me
gauge.
it's ideal, yeah.
And I think when you're seeing wires there that we don't necessarily do findings in those colours, like the pink, the fuchsia, the chartreuse, now is the time to get it, because you might only want to do like a little feature of that colour. Yeah. You might want to go all out, make a. I've seen some gorgeous rings made out of these bright colours, but maybe you just want to do a small sort of feature of colour or just a finding to go with it. Maybe you've used peridot or citrine or an agate or something that's got those gorgeous colours and you want to mimic the colours in the findings. This is the way to do it. So 0.8 a real essential to have in your collection. Yeah,
yeah, definitely. And you can Viking it with the 0.8 as well.
Oh,
so you could do a two-tone effect. So you could put the silver with the any of those colours, it's going to go beautifully. And again, the copper is going to go lovely with that antique bronze, give a different look again. But yeah, like you say, rings. And if you don't want that completely pink ring or that completely green ring, just wrap silver wire around the shank.
Great. That's just gone from $24.75 to $9.95.
Can't go wrong, can you?
So 50 metres worth of wire you've just done there. 0.8 collection in that beautiful antique bronze, the chartreuse, the fuchsia, the pink, and then the silver. So that works out less at about £2 a reel, doesn't it? About £2 a reel. And you used this much?
I'm still using my leftovers.
Brill. So if you use this much, how many have you got in there? 3 times?
3.
3, so that's probably about a metre, perhaps.
Yeah, and I've wrapped around it so it wouldn't matter what colour you were using.
No, great. And you could make quite a few rings out of that.
You can make loads of stuff, and again, if you got that the DVD collection, there's a pendant on there, the wire sculpture pendant. Yeah. And I used a 0.8 for that, and so this is ideal to create those coloured wire sculpture pendants.
Yeah. And lovely, and you can twist them and mix them. You see where you've created this, you could have used different colours. I've seen lots of different of the sort of plaiting of the wire, and you can add that in and use the two different colours. So maybe you might want to use silver and just one of the green, perhaps, or one of the pink, and that would just add a splash of colour. You did it the other day, didn't you, on a late show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I used 4 pieces of silver and 1 piece of the hot pink. Yeah. And I just put clear quartz on it.
Yeah, look lovely.
And it just. Yeah, that's all it needed.
Made the clear quartz come to life with a bit of colour. It's not too overpowering. No. It still looks that silvery tone, but got that pop of colour in it. And great to be able to do that in the wire, I think, especially when you can create findings, add to pieces, create rings. It's a really useful and essential gauge for the wire.
If you said to me you can only choose one wire, it would have to be a 0.8 because it's the one wire I could do most things with.
Right, brill. There you go. So good to have in that. You might not want a full collection of all those colours.
Well,
but to have that main component of that gauge with those colours.
Yeah.
How useful do you find these?
Very, very useful, especially for Viking knit.
Ah, brilliant. Would you mind talking through them then?
Yeah, because they are basically a slightly different, a non-plier version of. Let's see if I can find mine. Come on.
Yeah.
These.
Yes.
But with more options on it. They're friends.
Yeah, got far more options, haven't you?
Yeah.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on there.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5 on there, yeah.
And so the reason I say that you have perfect for Viking knit is I use these to create my little end caps for Viking knit.
Okay.
So I will take my 1mm wire and wrap it around, and then I get that set size.
Yeah.
So I know my end caps will be the same size, and the majority of the knits that you make, one of these will fit.
So these, aren't they?
There you've got even more scope.
Even more choice, yeah. And you're getting both as well. It's 2 in a pack.
Yeah.
So I'm getting both. And it's the final 30 of these and they're $6.95 for both. Brilliant.
Wow.
Because you literally are carrying on, aren't you? Well, so you've got every gauge that you might want, or every size that you might want to use there.
And they're also good if you want to make your own earring hooks, if you want to make your own findings. Yeah. Everything, you know, they're essential. I love anything like that to just make it easier for yourself, and consistency. It makes your work uniform.
Yeah, but that's the point, isn't it? If you want that full professional finish and you want them to all be the same and all look the same, don't guess. Use them.
No, use them.
And really nice to go, actually, I just want just a little bit smaller, or I want to go from the largest one and I then want them to be really tiny.
Yeah, and you can make jump rings off of that. You can make little tiny coiled sections and then have that spaced out. So, because you've got these really small ones here, you can do tiny coils and then space them out with these little beads here.
Real.
And you would make a really cool chain. Can you imagine if you just put that into some beading thread? And
so easy to do.
Yeah.
could do all of that and have sort of sections of that and do them as spaces in between gems as well. Really lovely. So £6.95 wire wrapping mandrels, 2 in a pack. I think there's only about 10 of those left, so do go grab them.
Okay.
Getting on?
Yeah, so I mean, this is done super quick and, you know, not properly, but I've just done 4 very quickly, just for you to get an idea. So those 4 are currently holding the stone together. Now, you would take more time to get them even, to get them sitting how you want them to sit.
Yeah.
So what you would do is just really push that stone flat against the base to make sure, because what will happen is these will become loose.
Right.
You see that? It's rising.
Yeah.
A big gap there.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is just, and this one's moved completely, so this is one that you have to tweak a few times just to get exactly how you want it to be. And also this again is where you're likely to mark it. Where you tweak it is where you're likely to mark it. So just take time and care. Okay.
Do you always have to keep a bit of an eye on it, or once you've got them really secure?
So once you've got them secure, I mean, these are secure. They're not because I need to do the top and the bottom, but they are in place. The stone won't move from them.
Yeah.
But what you need to do is just really take that time to set them how you want them to set, so that there isn't that gap there.
Yeah. So I guess it's the movement, slight movement of the stone that's pushing them out. So as soon as that can't move, then
that's going to help it stay.
Brilliant.
But what you want to do is make sure it is 100% how you're happy with it like that before you move on to your final 2.
Ah, right.
So I've got 2 here, my 2 wires left, and what I'm going to do is just use one. I mean, I'm doing this very quickly, and once you've got it, you can actually sort of do it like that, and again squeeze that to be in place, and then you can feed that through the ring shank, not ring shank, so behind, so it comes down like that behind the stone, and then you can feed it. You can do this prong here. You don't have to. If you want to use both if you think, no, actually I want to use them both individually, then use them both individually.
Okay,
it doesn't matter. But that is an option as well.
Okay.
And then
as long as you've got enough wire.
As long as you've got enough wire, yeah. And what you also need to do is be able to get this to a place and wrap it.
Yeah.
Because if you do this, but it's not going to make it to the side, then there's no point.
So you've really got to make sure you've got enough there to use that.
And then what you can do then is feed that back through, pop that on there, whoops, and then I could wrap that just to the side there. Okay, and then that would be cut. And then, I mean, this is done really quickly, but you can just get the idea of how it would work. It's moved, so we're going to change the setting of it. We're going to go for it to be sat like this. There we go. In fact, it actually looks better set like that with this particular setting.
Yeah.
And then, as I said, go over each setting and just really...
Because where you've worked on another one might move.
Yeah, and then if you feel that it's a bit insecure, if you've got like one wire like this, you could just almost go around the base.
Yeah, in case
that
they're in.
Locks them all in, and then
love that.
Lock it there. So it's just setting them in place, but that's all it is. Just using those excess wires to give it some security points. That's an awful mess.
No, that's great. That's great, because I've never seen that done before. I've never seen that done before, and now I can go, right, totally get it.
Yeah, it's just, you know, sit at home and take your time. That ring probably took me longer than it did the earrings, because I really had to tweak it and make sure it was sat how I wanted it to be sat.
Absolutely, but if you've got the time, take your time to do it and make sure it's going to stay there. But nice to know how to do that. I've certainly learned something from that. So if we have a little look once again at the kit that we had, they are the beautiful drusies. I love these. We've got 10 of those gorgeous drusies, 5 in the silver, 5 in the copper. Probably the most exquisite I've seen those drusies in. You can see there we've also got the spacer beads. These are the hematite, silver coloured hematite on these. Lovely sort of luster, great metallic. Oh, that's lush, isn't it? Great metallic luster, and then also the copper beads as well that go with that. I love them. 700 in there. And I wasn't the one to have to count them. Also, we've got all that wire as well, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8 in the silver and the copper to match up with those cabochons. We had the 0.25 as an add-on, as a little extra if you want to go back and have a look for that, because that goes perfectly with this kit. So if you've got them in your baskets, please do check them out. We're going to go for a short break. When we come back, we're doing our second kit, which I love, which might go lower than that one. Let's just wait and see. All designed from you.
Yep.
Yes, very excited. So we'll see you all in a moment.
I like the fact that it's a really versatile medium, that you can, you've got no restrictions with it. You can create lots of organic designs, but you can also create really structural designs as well if you want to. You can mix it with all of your different techniques. You can mix it with polymer clay, with kumihimo, with macrame, and it's just so versatile. You can just do so much, and there's just no limit with it.
Take a length of wire roughly 4 inches long. Using your round nose pliers, make a right angle approximately 2 centimetres from the top. Rotate the wire back towards you and slightly overlap the wire, then cut off any excess. Turning the wire round, hold the wire with your round nose pliers approximately 2 centimetres from the loop you've formed. Then bend the end of the wire towards the loop. Again, snip off any excess. Using your flat nose pliers, kick out the end of the wire.
We all know having the right tools for the job is important, so we here at Jewellery Maker have designed a toolkit which includes all your essential pliers for jewellery making, including round nose and flat nose pliers, wire cutters, as well as a bead reamer, snips and tweezers. You've got everything you need for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
All right, welcome back to Designer Inspiration. We have got another kit for you this afternoon. Let's have let's have a look at the things that you've created, and then we'll have a look at the full kit. I am loving this. This for me, oh, it's a cool clip actually. This for me, I was going to say, is so Egyptian.
Yeah, it really is.
Stunning. We have got beautiful golden rounds in there. We've got lapis, we've got some hematite stars, and beautiful wire. Now you've made almost sort of a drop style necklace here.
Yep, that drop's removable as well.
Oh!
So you could have it just as a choker type necklace.
Yeah.
Or you could add this, because it's just on the hook, so you can just add it and remove it.
And it's gone.
You've got a drop that you could add to anything. Then if you had chain necklace, you could just pop it onto a chain necklace. So it's like a little interchangeable charm.
Great. Oh, that's really great. Lovely. We've then got a pair of earrings, gorgeous drop earrings. There we go. I love this ring. Great in that colour.
I forgot to show Phil the ring. Sorry, I found it in a bag.
No, because this really does sort of show that with all those bright colour pieces of wire that we had earlier.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's just one stone and a bit of plain wire, and I've twisted it, manually twisted it, and just added a bit of texture in.
Casual.
casual.
I love that. That looks fab with the lapis. Then we've got, this is my over necklace. This is a sort of piece I would love to wear. And I saw this earlier, and I even said to you, didn't I? The blue wire and the golden wrapped together like that looks stunning.
Yeah, it really does.
And how easy is that? Have you Viking knit though all at the same time?
I'm going to talk through all of it.
Oh,
I'm
lovely.
going to talk through everything as much as I can, really.
Good stuff, good stuff. We've got all the tools to go with that as well, so that you can do that. That's beautiful. And then you've got the plaited cuff sort of bangle down at the bottom as well.
I mean, that can be worn either way, but I've actually put the feature so that could be worn at the front, so it almost crosses over. But you could, if you wanted it, just be plain, have it with the plain bangle.
So either way. So in here, let's... Oh, hold on.
This gets you back for the greasy hands.
Yeah, what have you done? I'm sorry. Right, I think we should have so much here. There they go. We could probably just go to recording for that. Probably. Let's have a little look at what we've got here. Ah, these are beautiful. I am in love with these hematite stars. Look at them. Woohoo! In there we have got 1,000 carats worth of golden colour-coated hematite, the plain rounds, 14 mil. That's amazing. Then we have got 65 carats worth of again the golden coloured hematite, but in the stars. They're the 5 mil stars. We have got 4 to 6 mil in the lapis, and 80 carats worth in there as well. They're all fab, aren't they?
It's just a really beautiful kit. It really is, and I am in love with those stars.
I'm in love with the stars. Wherever I see these stars, I've not seen them with the golden colour actually. I've seen them with rainbow, I've seen them with natural, seen them silver. And for me, because they are such a metallic lustre to them, they've got a great surface area, you get the most amazing sparkle.
They're just so cute.
I love them.
Just
Absolutely love them.
They're so cute.
Oh, see, look at that sparkle the way that these are amazing. These larger 14 mil rounds are fabulous.
They are, and they're weighty as well.
Hey, I've not seen them quite like that before either.
No, I think they're great, and they're also quite. This whole set really is quite unisex.
Yes.
Maybe the stars, maybe not the stars. It depends if you put it in the right piece. But I think it's very, very unisex kind of kit.
Yeah,
really.
definitely, which is quite unusual. We don't often see. I always think jewellery gets a bit left behind, so really nice to have these sorts of colours, but so Egyptian looking.
Yes.
Amazing. Yes. Obviously with the lapis, a given, the beautiful golden colours, so you could create a sort of bib style necklace, very Egyptian style, and all of this would go with that.
All of it. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's stunning. So also in there we've got all the wire. Now look at him. So in the gold we've got 0.4 and 0.6, that's the gold. In the blue we've got 0.6 and 0.8, and in the antique bronze we've got 0.6 and 1 mil, so they keep getting bigger each time. Really nice, those colours are perfect. The blue and the gold are stunning to go with those gems, but actually as I look at that, the antique bronze goes great with those gems. Yeah, the antique bronze is lovely. It's a very earthy kind of colour, and if you don't like to go towards the colourway, you don't think, the coloured wire, it keeps it safe because it's a sort of natural colour, and again, that's the kind of piece that I could see on like a dress, and it would almost look like it's a feature of the dress. Yeah, that's lush. That's lush. There we go. That one there with the antique bronze really suits those gems. I wouldn't have necessarily thought, maybe, but actually looks beautiful. This together. This is probably my favourite. Yeah, that was the first piece that I did. Oh, I love it. And to be honest, it's probably the most time-consuming piece as well, because it's a lot of wire that's gone into it, and it takes time to build those pieces up, and to put the piece together, because sometimes you can have an idea, but you have to work out how it's going to fit and how am I going to get this to work, and work out the mechanics of it. Yeah, cool. Once you've done that, to recreate it, because we always say this with any initial design, you have to work out the mechanics, and that's it. Once you've done that, that's the hard bit. That's the hard bit done, because you could then redo that design because you know what you're doing. Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. So we should be at 46. We should be at 46.50. We have got all those gemstones in there. We have got 60 meters worth of wire. Wow. Wow. 24.95. That's a massive, massive saving, and there's loads in there, and great colours of those wires.
Beautiful. This blue is a really beautiful shade of blue. It does match that lapis perfectly, because it is like a do you want that one? This is open. It's like a royal type of blue, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So it works brilliantly if you don't necessarily want the wire to be a feature. So I've used it for the structure of the bib, because I was able to give the stones a bit of support and structure, but because it's the same colour, it's not too obvious.
Could almost hide it.
It's like using blue beading thread.
Yeah, brilliant. That's fab. And to get the gauge in the 0.6 and the 0.8 is really useful in those colours.
Yeah, but this is what I've got left. That's what I've got left of the wire. So I did clean out all of the 0.6. Well, that's the point. I used all the 0.4, and the 0.6 in the blue and the gold.
Yeah.
And then I've got 4 gemstones left.
But you've done really, really gem-heavy pieces.
Yes.
I mean, this is what? Under 20. Bob has entered into the gallery and gone, no, I've not got greasy hands anymore, I promise. No, not that 25, no, let's do 1995 instead.
Wow. It's perfect just for the gemstones, if nothing else. And these stars are so cute.
Yes, they are beautiful. Now, let's pick one of these. Now, this one, what sort of price point would you sell this for?
For something like that, you would have to be looking at around about £40–45. Really,
easily,
if not more. It depends where you sell, and it depends.
Of course it does.
If you're lucky enough to be able to put it maybe into a boutique, because if you can get something like that into the right place, you know, if you get a quirky little boutique kind of shop in a little village,
kind of shop,
or in like a little village, you know, something like that, where you know it's quirky, unusual.
People know to go there for that sort of
That's
design.
where it's unusual, and it's something that they go, oh, that's different. And you can imagine that it's a chunky thing if you had your polo shirt, like, you know, your sweater on or something, because it's getting a bit cold, because I don't think we've had much sun. You know, you could put that on, and it's just going to add that little bit of, make you feel a little bit sort of...
This is my type of jewellery. I love this sort of stuff, and you've got to go very classic, I think, with what you're wearing, and then add that to it. And to be able to do that, I mean, you don't have to do that at all.
No.
You can go very simplistic, just use the fact that you've got 60 metres worth of wire, you've got all those beautiful gemstones. I mean, these alone are stunning. These hematites on their own, beautiful, kind of huge size to these, and those stars look stunning. You've got lapis. I mean, it's a given that that's such a well-known gemstone, really high-end gemstone as well. Such a sort of sought after, with that Egyptian feel to it. And they are beautiful, and I cannot believe that kit is £19.95, so £20 for the whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just brilliant. And what I've tried to do is make a bit of something for everybody. Yeah. I mean, I don't tend to wear really chunky pieces, so if I had to choose a necklace, I would go for the star one, because I go for the slightly more delicate ones.
This one, actually.
But I know people like Gemma Crow wears the chunky statement pieces. So that I've tried to say, well, you know, you can create any kind of look with this.
Absolutely.
But you can tailor it to however you personally want to create it as well. And like I said, the bib pieces are very in at the moment. Plain white dress, have that. It looks like it's part of the dress.
Yeah, and an incredible feature.
Yeah, and it feels really nice, that necklace. All those stones feel really lovely.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
These ones here,
It's just got a lovely feel.
Yeah.
And you can keep it delicate as well, like the earrings are delicate, the rings delicate. Because we were doing, you know, Viking knit / wire work, I thought, well, I can get away with sneaking a little bit of wire work in there as well. So, you know, it's just a beautiful kit.
So there's lots that you can work with it. You've only used 1 in the ring, 2 in the earrings, that's great. The rest is going to just go on and on and on and on. If you're making for yourself, if you're making for friends, I mean, your taste might be something like this. Yes. A friend that you're making for might be more along these lines. And you've got the ability to do that with this entire kit.
Yes, exactly. And you know, the bracelet even, it's a very simple little bracelet, but it's something, if you want something simple and that you can wear every day, you can wrap it around your wrist, mould it around your wrist. Yep. I've used 5 little stars on that. The rest of those stars went into that necklace, because I really wanted those stars to be a feature, but not be, I wanted to just not have them hanging like this. Yeah. I wanted them to really almost sort of bounce and be like stars. Yeah. So that's why I've actually knitted them into the design on this one. So what I wanted to try and show you today is not necessarily a project, but lots of things about Viking knit. And if anyone's got any questions that they might have, then hopefully I can answer it.
Brilliant. Polly says, Wasn't going to buy any more today, but the kit is fab and the price, well, I know, I can't believe that. We've got, oh, Laura, when you say it took you the longest, how long approximately did it take? Loving watching today. I'm not well, so you're cheering me up right now. Yes, get well soon. Get well soon. Yeah.
When I say it took me the longest, because it probably took me about 2-3 hours, maybe.
Wow.
In and out. Yeah, in and out of telling the kids to pick that up and, you know, chasing the dogs and stopping it. Yeah, slight distraction. Go and get a couple of coffees. And, but yeah, and also that includes my planning. So when I first started that necklace out, I wasn't
all sat there working it.
You've got to think, where am I going to go with this? So first of all, I was like, well, the first thing I did was to knit, and then I was thinking, right, well, what am I going to do with this? And so then you have to think, and that takes a bit of time as well. So yeah, I'd probably say about 2.5 hours, probably all in with the design.
From start
to finish. Yeah, but I mean, it's just your confidence, how quick you are. Everybody works differently. So it might take somebody who's a little bit newer to Viking knit a little bit longer. Yeah. It also depends on your confidence with wire, how much you can feel confident working with. Because if you can work with long length, as long as you can handle, then you don't have to add in as much, which reduces the time as well. So little things like that.
Right, what are you going to talk through with us? If you've got that kit in your basket, definitely check that out, because $19.95 for 60 metres worth of wire, plus those 4 strands of gemstones. I don't think I've ever seen hematite in that size. I certainly haven't seen them in the golden stars.
If you've got the stars.
Yeah, like that. I've got them and I need them.
So what I wanted to do was just basically show you a few different techniques throughout, a few different variations of the Viking knitting, and how you can create different looks. Yeah. So what I'm going to start off with is the blue and gold piece, and this one here. I can see your hand is like, no.
It's loads of blue and gold. It's loads of blue and gold. Brilliant. Yeah, right. I really want to learn how to do this.
Yeah. So if I can just take it off.
Please do.
Okay. So this is a weighty piece as well. Yeah. There's only 5 of the hematite added to this. Yeah. And initially, when I did this I didn't have these blue stones here.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, said to my husband, what do you think? And he's like, it needs something to balance it out. I went, it's fine. And then I looked in and I was like, it needs something to balance it out. But I'm not going to tell him that.
Nice that you've got those 2 sizes of stone in there as well.
Yeah, I've really mixed it up. And
2 blues.
Yeah, and the thing is, you could turn it over, tweak the wires like that and have a plain side.
Lovely.
So this side has got a little bit of decoration
with
the wires going across the stones. But as I said, you could flip it over and then you could have a plain side. So it is a bit sort of multifunctional as well. Yeah. So what I wanted to talk about with this one was how we created this, and also here, if I can show you a bit on a close-up, how the beads have been incorporated into the knit and decorated to create that kind of tube effect here, to then be able to place these, because what I wanted was the tube to almost open out and to have the stones around it.
Almost sort of spray out.
Yeah, that kind of effect.
So I love it.
This I've used 0.6 for, so I appreciate that you can see, but you can see just by me moving it, it's very solid and it's got a weight to it. It feels very substantial. Yeah. Now I couldn't really reduce this much further down. Okay. And that is because I've used 2 lengths of 0.6 wire. So in effect, you're using the equivalent of a 1.2. Wow. Because if you think about it like that. So there's only so much you could do. Now, what I also want you to notice is that none of the colour has been marked. No. Okay. Now, this has been Viking knitted itself. It doesn't help that I'm wearing blue, does it?
Not so much.
Not the best of choice. You can see that it's not marked at all. None of the colour has come off at all on this, and that includes being knitted and drawn through a draw plate.
Brilliant.
So I just wanted to highlight that, because I do know people are a bit wary sometimes. Coloured wires, the darker wires, but these new wires are really good at retaining their colour. Brilliant. But it doesn't come off.
Just still be careful, but it doesn't come off when you're doing the work you need to do.
Yeah, it can take this perfectly fine, and I know some people get a little bit apprehensive about that, so please don't. You can see from this that it doesn't.
And did you use the larger Viking tool for that?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to?
Well, let's have a little cheeky little look at it. Yeah. So let's do that.
Do you want my open one?
So this is the Viking tool. Now, I'm guessing you're going to talk us through how to.
Yeah, so I'm just getting all of the, there you go, and it comes with the needle too. Basically, I got a new one today because I lost the top part of my old one.
So you've got everything that you need
I
here.
got it now.
So this is the 1/2 inch Viking tool. Now this has 12 at the top, 12 loops?
Yeah, so this one, this is the 1/2 inch. So first of all, obviously it's a larger diameter, and it has 12 loops on the daisy section, which enables you to create a 12 knit loop.
Yeah.
12 loop knit. I always get confused when I have to do this. You sound crazy when you try to explain this. But daisy is removable, so it means that you can do your knit continuously and remove it from the tool, so you're not bound by the fact that it's on the tool. It removes, so you've got that flexibility. The thing is, once you've removed your knit from that tool, as long as you don't draw the knit section through, you can put that to one side, do another project, and then put your other section of knit back on.
Brilliant.
As long as you don't make it smaller than the size of your tool.
That's good to know.
Because it won't go on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good to know. Yeah.
It comes with instructions.
Yeah.
Which are here. So if you do, need instructions, they are here exactly how to do the knit itself.
I think we're going to do a DVD as well, so a little bit later on.
Yeah.
So.
DVD, it shows it visually. This, it just shows it in pictures.
Good to have both.
And it also shows you here the layout. So it enables you to create sort of like whatever pattern that you want. So you can do a 9, a 4, a 5, a 3, and it just shows you the layout on the daisy to get that best knit.
Yeah.
So this is quite a handy little section to keep.
Yeah.
You can work it out yourself as well. It does also come with a little pin, which is essential, and I'll show you that later on.
Yeah.
But it's just for lifting the knit up off of the tool.
Yeah.
And for helping space it out a little bit as well. So
cool. And that's at £24.95. So that's a 1/2 inch Lazy Daisy Viking tool, and quite essential if you want to do these sorts of pieces.
Very essential.
Yeah.
And it's also really good if you're new to Viking knitting as well. It's a good tool to start with.
Yeah,
in fact, if you open that one, you can have a go as well.
Oh,
because you've got a larger working area on this one, so the tool itself is larger, which means that it's easier.
I've never done this before in my life,
so this should be interesting.
This should be interesting, absolutely.
Your 0.6 that we get is a really good one to start with, because you can control it, but your 0.4 as well, so you get the best gauges for this.
Brilliant.
This tool enables you to use a larger gauge of wire.
Yeah.
So you could do a double knit 6 loop.
Yeah.
With a 0.6. I sound crazy, but people that Viking knit...
Is that what you've done?
No, this is single knit.
Okay.
But what you can do is a double knit, 6 loop on this one, whereas if you used a smaller tool, you just wouldn't be able, you'd have no gaps between your rows.
Oh, okay, right,
because of the size of this, it enables you to create that. So both tools are essential in their own way.
Yeah, cool.
Okay?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you, we'll come back to that in a minute, I'm going to just show you the first starting of how to do a simple Viking knit.
Okay.
This one was done with 2 pieces of wire acting like one.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, yeah.
So I will do mine with 2 pieces and I'll let you do yours with 1.
Yes, please.
You sure? Do you want to think about that? So just for evenness.
For like a millisecond.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, don't make me do it double. Okay, so what I'm going to do is because come on. So I'll let you cut a length of that off. Now what you want to do is cut as much, probably cut about 1 metre, just because you probably won't have time to do too long a piece. I have to teach this sometimes. Can you imagine in that room we've got 10 people there, but everyone's like, sit back, glasses on.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm going to borrow a little snippers.
My little snippers. Flush cutters.
Flush cutters, absolutely.
I know that's what you meant.
I like snipperoos.
Snipperoos, yeah, it's different. Well, snipperoos, I'll give you that. Right, this one's got itself cool. So, I would take, I tend to, if I'm doing it, but then I've been doing this for a while, do about
2 arms.
2 arms. Okay, so about 2 metres.
About 2 metres.
So I'm going to take 2 pieces. In fact, I am going to be a bit annoying and cut this because I don't want to be fighting with the wire just to show you for a demo.
No, that's silly.
Okay. No, that's silly. Thanks for that.
No, you're right.
So I've got 0.6 with both of mine. Did you take it off of there?
Yes.
You've got 0.8.
Oh, no.
No, panic,
Hold
panic.
on.
It's thrown everything out now, hasn't it? 0.8. You would feel if you were...
Let's put the small one on while we're setting up. So that kind of saying just makes smaller, and there's 6 loops. Is that right?
Mhm.
So 6 loops. There you go. We haven't seen this since June. So this is a 1/4 inch and this one's at 19.95. So the idea is still the same, just creates a much smaller Viking knit.
So I've gotten this one back out to show you. The copper chain has been done with the smaller tool.
Yeah.
And this is a 3 loop in 0.6 section here.
Yeah.
And this silver part has been done on the 1/2 inch lacy daisy. And this is a 4 loop single knit.
Yeah.
And because it creates a larger tube,
yeah,
I was able to draw through the size of the copper to the size I wanted, then pop that straight in between this one and just with my hands just get it to to sort of sit around.
Cool.
So that's where it's really handy to have the 2 different sizes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got a question. Good afternoon, ladies. I only have the thinner Viking knit tool. Can I use this? And how many loops will I need to put through the smaller tool?
You can use the smaller tool exactly the same as you can the larger tool. As I've said, both of them are both done in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
They just create different looks.
Cool.
So your loops will be smaller on the smaller tool, and on a larger one, when you draw it through, they'll be larger just because your gaps are bigger.
Because they're further apart.
Yeah. So if I did a 4 knit, if I did a single 4 loop knit on the large tool and on a small tool, the large one would look larger because the gaps of what we call the rungs. Where's my small tool? Oh, I've already got a little bit that I've already prepped.
Yeah.
So this is what we call the rungs along here.
Yeah.
Okay. Pop it on the tool, it might be easier for you to see. It's where it refuses to go back on. So what we've got here are what we call the rungs.
Yeah.
And here we've got the rows. Okay. So the rungs and the rows. So this is 3 rows. And then the rungs are here. So if I did this on this tool, the rungs are going to be a lot larger, which means that when you reduce it, the whole look is going to be more open.
Okay, and does it become longer?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Because there's, you know, a lot more gaps to fill out. So if you want to be a bit cheating and you want to do a necklace and you think, oh, I didn't want to take ages, I'm not condoning it. You know, it's perfectly fine to do this.
Yeah.
Do it on this one. And then when you pull that through, it's going to be a lot quicker. Yeah. Because exactly that, because the gaps are longer, it's more open looking, so you won't get as small a look. Yeah. But it's going to, so again, it's the look you want. So,
whatever you're after. Yeah.
And the loops, this is a 6 loop on this one, as we said, but I've only done 3 loops. So you can do the same.
As many or as few as you like, yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is...
Shall I take some 0.8? I mean 0.6.
0.6. Oh. Can if you want. Okay. So what I'm going to do is start off by just showing you. I'm going to clear my lovely mess that I seem to... This is what my front room looks like as well. There's wire everywhere. My husband's going to go mad when he gets home. So the daisy, as we said, is removable. So what I'm going to do is start off by removing the daisy. And bear in mind, I'm doing this with 2 wires as one. You're going to do this with 1 wire. So this is how you would get the look of this this gold and blue. Yeah. All right. So pop it through one of the holes on the daisy. It doesn't matter which one. Okay. And then if you look at your tool, you're going to have a little hole. You have on the large daisy you have 2. And on the small one you have 1. Yeah. I'm not quite sure why you have 2 on this one, if I'm honest. I just don't know. Okay. But I only ever used the top set, so I used the highest, and then that will bring you straight out here. Okay. It may be that if you want to use 2 different colours of wires, you've got to anchor in points as such. But for me, I tend to just use that top one. So I'm going to place my wire, the short ends, through the highest hole, so that it comes down at an angle, and then I'm going to fold those wires flat against the tool. Then I'm going to fold the wires with the daisy and place the daisy down. It's just a nice way to get your wire set before we start to do the knit itself. Okay?
I'm good. Yeah.
There? Yeah. See? So you could do a chain for the pendant that you made now, couldn't you?
Yes. We're not doing demos with you, so I get to play.
Jewellery making by the end of this year. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, if I can show this on the overhead, it might be a bit easier. Okay, just because it's an easier angle. So I've got my wire here. For me, now if you're right or left-handed, it doesn't matter, you just go in the opposite direction. It doesn't make a difference. But what you want is to kind of swoop. So all of these daisies have got like little bumps on them. So this is going to go over the bump. Sorry, it's going to go in the opposite direction. It's just going to go, I'm going to the left. Yeah. Okay. and then taking the ends of the wire. Now, it depends what pattern you're going to go for. We're just going to do a 4.
Okay.
No, we're going to do a 3, just because we want to do it quickly.
Yeah.
So you would count an equal number. So if you were doing 3, you go 1, 2, 3. You go to your 4th hole along, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So that there will be 3 empty daisy sections between each one. So you're going to the 4th one. This is just for a free loop, okay?
Yeah.
Just to show you quickly. Now, then you want to control that wire to almost curve again, and then go along to the next 4th hole. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, what you'll see on the tool is that there's a little groove just here. That groove is a guide as to where you want your loops to go. Okay. So if you just get where the wires swoop in this section here to be about level with that, then that's fine. Don't worry if these aren't exactly tidy, they get cut at the end of the thing anyway.
Okay.
So these are just your anchoring wires, these are just anchoring it to the knit.
Yeah.
This now, what we're going to do will be the first row. Alright?
Yeah.
This little pin can be handy, especially when you are using 2 wires more so than 1, because there's more wires, they're sort of sticking more to the tool.
Okay.
So you can take the pin and just gently lift behind. Now you can see there's like a cross where the wire goes there and there. What you want to do is take your wires, the end of your wire, and just feed it through behind that cross and gently form that into a loop. Now you do need to control it because I'm using a 0.6, and you'll probably find yours are going to be going a little bit easier now.
Don't think that's right, is it?
So this is good that you've done this, because you've done something.
It's good that you've gone wrong.
It is, because this is like when you have a workshop.
I didn't do my loop, did I?
Yeah, people do something, and then if you were sat at home watching this, you'd be like, well, I don't understand, why isn't this working? So it's good.
I did it on purpose.
Yeah, I know you did. See, we planned it. So, so if I can show you what Vicky's done, you're gonna love me. Like, don't show. So that one's perfect. Then we go around to here, and can you see how we haven't formed that loop? And then we haven't formed out where we're just about to start. What you were going to do was that.
Yes, it's true. I was. Yeah. I was.
What you needed to do was just swoop it.
I did.
So that's
okay. No swooping involved.
You didn't swoop.
No swooping.
So it's fine, because what we'll do is we'll cheat a little bit, because this is we'll just twist it with our pliers, and then we made a loop. Okay, so it's fine. It's absolutely fine. But what you need is that loop, because when you start to do your knit, you need to be able to go behind those crosses.
Right, okay.
So if you see on here, you can see the crosses quite clearly. So you need to be able to go behind these crosses, and every time you're going to go behind these crosses, so they are quite important that they're there.
Yeah.
And the other thing you're doing is you're pulling yours quite high up.
Okay.
You haven't got a bit of a gap there, can you see?
Yeah.
That groove there is a guide.
So basically I was a bit rubbish, and let's try again.
No, but that's good, because you've just shown how and
How
this
not to do it.
Basically,
yeah.
I've hired it from my how to do it wrong. How to do it wrong, Vicky.
I could come along with you and just show you
you're just
exactly
showing me
how not to do it.
Yeah.
Now
So
what do you do after that?
So
Go back down it.
yeah, now you want to repeat. That's it. Yeah,
That way.
perfect. Yeah. And so now I can see that I'm not going to get that wire behind there, because this will only happen if you're using a double wire. This will only happen on your first set of rows, really, because once you've started getting the knit going, it will be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you just continue this pattern straight behind that cross there. And what you'll see with the tension is I'm just letting it naturally stop and then controlling that loop, turning it around and then doing that last loop. So what you have to remember when you're doing something like this, normally when I work with 2 wires, I tend to like them to sit next to each other, so that whenever the design's being done, they are sat next to each other the whole way, not crossing. On this design, I'm quite happy for them to cross over. I want them to look organic and switch places. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not worried about keeping them next to each other. They can just do whatever they want. Once you've done your first complete rotation, have you done it?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's not overly neat, but
No, but that's fine, that will settle. So what I want to do now, and this is especially key if you are using a thicker gauge of wire, it's not too bad if you use a 0.4, because 0.4 is very fine. So when you take the daisy off, the 0.4 will just remove itself.
Okay.
So you have to remember, we have this wire here. So if I try to take this daisy off now, it's locked because that's there and my wire's still coming through the hole up here.
Yeah.
Now if I forgot about that, which I've done before with a 1mm wire, that was not fun.
No.
Okay, so if you were knitting all the way down here and you start to go over this as well, to remove it from the tool is going to be a nightmare.
Okay.
Because, as I said, if you've got a 0.4, it's not too bad. It does tend to just go quite easily. This won't, okay, because it's fighting. So try to get into the habit of, I've done my first row, that's secure. Then what I'll do is I'll twist my daisy a little bit and see how that's exposed that wire there coming out of the hole. If I turn to the other one, you'll see it a little bit clearer. Can you see that there? So I can see that wire is nice and exposed now, so I know I'm not cutting the wrong wires.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is just take my, what do you call them, snipperoos?
Snipperoos.
And remove that.
I don't know why they were never called that in the first place.
No, you should go for that. It's
I
pink,
think
isn't it? It's mine. And
I smashed it.
Great, yeah. And now that's gone. Now I can take that and remove that, and that's fine. So I know that that's easy to remove now. It's not going to be locked. All my snipperoos. Subtle. So now
we have got, actually, you know, as you were saying that mine might settle down and you can make them smaller and all the rest of it. We've got we've got these.
The draw plate.
Yes. Now this is 11 holes, I think, from 1/8 to 5/8 in the hole and diameters. Have you got? Oh, look at you!
I know, right?
Got one there ready.
Got a chain as well for some reason.
Brilliant. So there you go. That's fab. I can hold it.
You can hold it.
I can hold it. Now this is great because if you've made a larger one there, and you want, and it just condenses it. Is that right?
It does. I've got a section on. I'll show you exactly how it works
fabulous.
now. So all I'm going to just move that to one side.
Yeah.
So here's the section I've already made. Done something organised for once.
That's good.
I'm
just going to carry on with this.
You carry on, and I'll just do this, shall I? Yeah. Whatever you do, don't argue. Okay, so what I do need to do is remove this from the daisy part of the tool. So, as I said initially, what you do when you first attach your wire is what we call your anchoring points, really. So, I tend to push the daisy down so that they have risen up a little bit then. So I can, and then what happens is I can cut them without cutting the tool. And I've done that where I've just done this, and you can then end up nicking the tool. So just cut that one, cut that one, cut that one, take that daisy out. Okay, and then what you should have is one wire. Okay, so if you've got more than one wire in there, just give it a little shake. It just might just be that it's caught up, but you should just have one wire in there, okay? So this, if I wanted, I could put this to one side. I could then continue a new knit on the tool.
Oh, okay.
Because I've got the daisy back now.
Yeah.
And then I could come back to this, pop it back onto the tool if I wanted to add wire, as long as I haven't changed the diameter of it. No. As soon as I start to draw it through, you lose that option.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I've got that there. Now what I tend to do personally is, because I know I'll stab myself with that. It's the honest answer. And again, it's little habits. If you can get into these little habits, then you know it becomes routine to do this. What I do is I roll that edge out of the way. Yeah. So I will just roll it around those pliers and sort of just place that inside the knit. Yeah. That way there's no sharp edges, and that's gone then. So I want to draw this through here, and you asked a question earlier. You said to me, can we get it through the smallest hole? Yeah. And if we did, how would it look? Yeah. So if I was going to do this, to get it through the smallest hole even, what I would do is exactly what I've done here. 0.4 wire. Yeah. And with a 3 single loop. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I've done this on a smaller tool, because even though that the rungs are quite large, so it still look quite open. Yeah. Okay. Can I just show yours a minute and compare it? No, it's good. You're doing really well. The reason I wanted to show yours was just to show the difference. So if I was to take that off, can you see the difference in the size?
And the sizes.
Yeah. Of the knit. Oh, good. Yeah. Seemed like such a good idea at the time.
Yeah, they're quite different actually, aren't they?
They're quite different in size, and straight away you can see how you could
Oh, put that in
Put
there.
that in there and then reduce the size down. And that's all I did.
Would you reduce them together?
You can do.
Okay.
You can do, but what I tend to do is, sorry, you can have that back.
Right, thank you.
What I tend to do is reduce the size that I know is going to go inside the tube, and then put that on, and then reduce them together. Because then I know that is set.
Squashed.
Yeah, and what you won't be able to do is if you reduce them both together, you won't be able to reduce this any smaller.
No, it would just compact. Yeah, cool. And,
so,
yeah, go on.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it. No, the drawer plate's only £9.95 as well.
And it really is quite essential.
Yeah.
So what I've got here is just some scrap 0.8 that I thought was 0.6 when I was doing some knitting. And what I'm going to do, because to put it through the drawer plate, you need almost like a little handle, okay? So I'm going to take my 0.8 and I'm just going to take it, I tend to feed it through the loops. And then I'll just feed it. What you can do is you can cut it into two, if you're using a thicker gauge, and just catch all of those loops. I like to catch all of the loops because then what can happen when you're drawing it through is they can fold back.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just twist this up now. I'm just, because this is a 0.8, I'm just going to take my pliers and twist these all together. It's going to make a nice secure handle then for me to draw that through. Okay. Now what you'll notice is as you're working with this, it's easy to do this and crunch it because it's the 0.8. 0.4, so you can be careful when you're taking this off the tube, off the tool, because it's easy to kind of crush it a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, if you do that, don't worry too much, because when we start to draw it through, it will get its shape.
Itself,
But if you did want flat wire or flat knit, all you need to do is take your fingers and run it along, and it will become flat.
Is that that's what you did with this one?
On that one, yeah. Okay. So to use the drawer plate, what you want to do is find roughly the size of the knit that you've already got. So this is quite small already, so I probably would go one size up, and what I'm going to do is just...
I guess that uniforms it as well if it's a little bit bigger than what it is. You can make sure they're all at the same point.
I can put that through and there's a little bit of resistance, so I can just do that, and what I do is a couple of times so that it goes through nice and easily without any resistance. So about 2 to 3 times, and then just go down the next size. Okay, and you can see how it's changing already.
Fab, and it's so easy.
Now I haven't reduced it enough to get rid of that flatness yet, but when the further lower I go, so if I only wanted my chain to look like that, then you have to be super careful because that's still flat.
Yeah.
Okay, so go down the next size. This is the best part. This is what it's worth the hours of Viking knitting for. Just do this a bit. It's the best part. So now I'm starting to get it a little bit smaller again. So I'm only 2 from the bottom of this one. So it's getting more chain-like. So you can see that. And now it's starting to
growing as well, doesn't it?
So now I'm going to go, do you want to have a go? I know you want to have a go.
I do a little bit, yeah.
Right, if you struggle to use the pliers, if you want, and use them to help pull that through. There you go. So it's starting to change completely now. And this is where you've got to be careful. Sometimes what you can help to do is just gently condense the very end of it just to make sure it's almost like a point, and then it will go through, because sometimes if that isn't condensed like this, that's when a little loop might catch. Okay, then there's the final one, and there you go.
Cool, that's brilliant.
So there you see, and that looks like a nice chain. So if I can just go
and
back,
that was pretty short to start with, wasn't it?
Yeah,
grows quite a lot.
I wanted to take this pendant off, say.
That's lovely.
And then pop it on there.
It looks really, and for the amount, I mean, obviously as soon as you take off the tool you can see the amount of sort of work that's gone into it. That looks like you've done the most intricate work in the tiniest of space. When you have, but actually made it even smaller than the work you've actually done.
And that's one of my favourite types of chains, because look at it balanced against that pendant, and that has just changed that pendant.
Completely changed it.
So it goes to show how I love that. Is one of my favourite. You know, it goes on everything.
Yeah, I'm going to say if you've got the Viking tools or Viking knit tools, or you've got one at home, the drawer plates are an essential to go with it. There's no point in having the tool without having that as well. A bit. How teeny
I know,
they
that
are.
is teeny tiny.
Now these are coming as a set.
They are brilliant.
I have not seen these before, And what a great variety of all those sizes you've got there. Great variety.
That takes the graduation down smoother a little bit. So,
yeah, that's true too, yeah.
Yeah, whereas this is brilliant, you know, this is what I use all the time.
Yeah.
So, but if you go for it's quite large jumps, whereas that graduates.
Yeah.
So it goes, you could really gradually reduce it to the size that you want and get it really specifically to the size that you might be after.
Yeah, you might want one of the medium ones perhaps, but that isn't on there. Or, so that's a good way to start if you've been working on it for a while. This is a great one as well. Yeah. So wooden drawer plate duo, and your price point on this. Oh, $6.95. That's fab, isn't it?
That is brilliant. That really is brilliant. And again, really like you say, that scope that you've got. And you can also use it for things like your mesh. You can put mesh through that.
Oh, brilliant.
And it kind of rolls it, and then it becomes like a ready-made Viking knit chain. Kumi Hemo, you can pop through it if you want to just...
Can you?
Yeah. No, one thing I forgot to mention, before you put it through the Viking drawer plate, I've left my conditioning thing over here. Okay, so you had the conditioning cloth, which comes with the plastic drawer plate. And what you would do is just pop your knit in this, and then you would just gently roll it. And what that does is conditions and settles it, and then you pop it straight through the drawer plate. It's not essential, obviously, but it's just a handy little thing. I just forgot to mention that because obviously it does come as part of this one as well.
That's fab.
Okay, but yeah, so you can see how you're creating. I mean, look how quick you see. This is what I mean about how much quicker it is with one. This is what I meant about it being time consuming, because when you've got one, but that's good. You've never Viking it before, have you?
I've never done it before in my life. No, never.
So what I wanted to show, the first one, first row for me, I had to pick with the pin.
Okay, yeah.
Now, because they've established, it's a lot easier, and they are more raised, and I can just go straight like this, straight through, and it will build up a bit quicker. And what I tend to do is, if you see the tension, it's naturally stopping, and then I'll just check it and control it.
Cool.
So what I want to do is just quickly mention what happens to people is, apart from no, that's really good though, and you've kept your rows very neat. If I was saying anything, you just need to get your consistency of your loops, which is practice. Yeah. So this is why, so we do a Viking knit workshop, and this is...
and you should come.
Vicky, if you want to come on my workshop. But no, you're doing, this is brilliant for your first time using 0.6 wire. What you need to work on is just getting your consistency of your loops together, which you are getting. You can see they're starting to get consistent.
So you need them to be the same size.
See on this one here, they start off a little bit large and go a bit small. You just need to find that natural... you'll get to that
one.
and you'll get that natural tension, and that is just practice. And what can also happen is your rows can pull in.
Okay.
So you've kept yours really nicely evenly spaced, because
so these can pull round.
Because you're relaxed. When you're doing it and you're relaxed, and a lot of time if you're stood here like this and you just, it's a lot easier. If you're like this and you're pulling the wires really tight, what you'll do is you'll pull this row in and this row in, and then you have big gaps.
Start to go diagonally.
Yeah, but it's easy to kind of regain as such, because all you do is, if I'd pulled this one in too tight, what I would do on this one, if I wanted to make this one come out a bit more, with my loop, I would make it a little bit looser and just encourage it more.
And pull it round.
Into that direction.
Yeah.
And then when I got to this side, I would feed it through, but I would pull it a bit tighter and pull it in a little bit more in that direction and control it like that and like that. Yeah. And then when I pick that pattern back up, it would start to pull back in.
To pull it back again,
and it won't matter too much, because when you take it off and settle it and draw it through, it will be fine.
Okay, cool.
Okay, but just try, if you notice that it's doing it, just try and pull it back. You can also judge them, tweak them a little bit with your hands to get them in the right position as well.
Yeah, so the neater that you make it, obviously the neater your final look will be.
Yeah, so when you need to add in your wire, I'm just going to touch on that very quickly, because you've probably gotten to that point as well.
Yeah.
You ran out of wire.
Ran out of wire.
So what you need to do is, I'm just getting to a point now, what I'd say is try not to have to add in really close. So I've used short wires because obviously I'm demoing. Yeah. But I would ideally not want it to be this close, because can you imagine having to do this amount? You would be adding in about 4 times. Yeah. Now I used about 2 metre lengths every time for each side of this, and I added in twice. Yeah. So
I have a question as well.
Go on then.
Obviously that is longer than that. What do you do when you get to the end?
You just remove the daisy and just pull.
Oh,
the
do
weave
you?
up. Yeah.
And because of you're all the way down here,
Yeah,
it's quite
it will just
it's quite solid, and it will just stay.
I mean, what you don't want to do is move it right up here, because when you start to try and do it, you've lost your security. But once that is a established knit, you would just gently move it to probably about here.
Yeah. Keep going.
And keep going.
Real.
Another little thing is, if you're a bit unsure as to how it's going to reduce down, what I tend to do is, once I've got an established part of it knitted, is just so that I can get an idea of what, how much it's going to reduce. I actually used my hand and started to reduce it down, so I could see, right, that's going to reduce quite into quite a small amount, so I could get an idea of the thickness of the gauge.
Brilliant.
My general guide is, I would say, about 2 inches shorter than your finished length that you want.
Once you're going to start pulling it
because
through.
it really does depend on how much you're going to reduce it. If you've got it, if it's come off like this, but you're only going to reduce it to here, it's not going to.
If you've done too much of it and you find one, you can just snip it down.
Yeah, and what I would do is snip it before I've reduced it.
Okay.
So I would take that off of the knit like that, off of the tube, and cut it there and still have that undrawn, because I might then want to think, oh, I've got a project I can do, and that'd be perfect.
I'll add that
Pop
to
it straight back on.
Brilliant.
Or if you can reduce it and then cut it and have reduced lengths.
Yeah, fab. Brilliant. Right, let's have a look at these, because these are some Viking knit DVDs. 1, 2 and 3. And on here it's like getting started, which is what you've just shown us how to do, adding to your design, double knit, and finishing off your design. Then it's a beaded weave, multicoloured weaving, how to do it with a ring, amazing. Lazy daisy pendant and a tipple knit.
Triple.
Oh, that's just not got a speller on it. Brilliant. And we've got loop Viking knit, 12 loop Viking knit, 3 loop Viking knit. So that tells you from extreme to extreme.
Yeah, basically, when we did the third one, this tool was unseen.
Yeah.
So it hadn't even been launched. So what we wanted to do was just cover the basics of how you can adapt your design using this one, because you do hit a few hiccups when you go from this one to that one, from each tool. So we wanted to just show how you could use this one.
Brill. And then you've got bi-coloured Viking knit bracelet, which is that what you've done there?
No,
different?
no, they're both of the multicoloured on those are both different. One is where we do it where each row is alternate colours, and then the other one is where each stitch is alternate colours.
Cool.
So they are both colour changing, but they are 2 different ways of doing it.
Cool. So should be at $14.85, but for these 3 DVDs today we are going to do them at $6.95.
Wow.
That's fab, isn't it? Cool, $6.95 for all 3. That's brilliant. That's really good, because it's so. That's each one, isn't it?
Yeah.
So each layer is a different colour.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
So
can
each
see that
kind
on
of
there.
row.
So each row is a different colour. So you've used a turquoise and a silver in there, and each row is a different colour on that. Great.
It's just a couple of ideas of what you can do with it. So the first DVD is aimed at literally beginners. If you've not picked a Viking knit tool up before, if you've not done Viking knit in any way,
like me,
then it shows you how to add wire, it shows you how to finish, it shows you pretty much from start to finish how you can create a nice knit. The second 2 DVDs are kind of just projects where you can take it a little bit different.
Okay, cool.
Different angles.
Cool.
We don't go over the basics, but
get your basics done.
Yeah, it's just
and then move
ideas
on
as to what you could do with them.
Brilliant. I love that. And as it says, fantastic show. Love all those stunning prices and pieces. I wanted to ask if it's possible to use different wire gauges in the 2 colour knit.
Yeah, you could. Just be aware that they're going to act slightly different. So if you wanted to use, say, a 0.6 and 0.8, your 0.8 is going to be a bit harder to control. Yeah. And they'll probably slip about because one's going to be slightly finer than the other. And again, with the 0.4, if you went for a 0.4 and 0.6, the 0.4 would probably pull a lot easier than your 0.6 would. Okay. So you could use 2 different gauges, not a problem. Just be very controlled and careful when you're using it.
What about if you had, say, you used 2 0.4s, because you can use a 0.8 in these? Mm-hmm. What if you twisted them?
Yeah, you could use. We do twisted wire as well.
Yeah.
So you could. You can Viking knit with twisted twisted wire, and it looks really nice. Yeah, it's just like a real textured look.
Yeah, stunning.
Yeah, so yeah, you totally could. Yeah.
Love that. Rose says, amazing designs as always. Thank you, Laura. I have bad arthritis in my hands, but would love to try Viking knit. Is it hard on the hands?
If you suffer with arthritis, I would advise that you maybe use the 0.4 because that's more forgiving on your hands.
Yeah.
Don't use 0.25. I personally don't use 0.25 for Viking knit. It's springy. You've got to use tons of it, so I would avoid it personally. Yeah. So 0.4 for you probably, because it's going to be nice and easy to use and just relax. And if you feel that it's starting to hurt a little bit, put it down, go and get a cup of coffee, a cup of tea.
It's not like you put it down and it all just goes everywhere.
No,
you could put it down and you can come back to it in an hour, next day, week, doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, and just relax. And I say this so much when I say it to anybody is relax yourself. Like, so as you were stood there like that, just as long as you're sat relaxed, this is relaxed, and just getting a nice relaxed tension, then you should be fine. But just take it in little steps.
It's quite therapeutic, actually.
It is very therapeutic.
Get into the role of it.
Yeah.
Sarah says, do the Viking knit DVDs have Laura as designer or somebody else? It's Laura.
It's me, yeah.
One more question. I have a very important question. Have you been trying not to say literally today, Laura? You have barely said it if at all.
I know, I've been really good. I've literally been trying.
I think you should tell us the story, in case people don't know, because you were talking about it with Ali earlier, and I was like, wow, what happened? What did you say? What was going on?
The last show that I did was with Ali, and she pointed out that I say the word literally quite a lot.
Oh, okay.
So I'll literally be talking and say, well, you literally just do this. And she said, you know, you say it a lot, don't you? And I was like, what? Then it made me feel really conscious. So I tried not to say it. So we discovered, we put a bit of a shout out as to what people's words that they refer to all the time. And I think, Phil, yours was unbelievable. Mike's was quality. Alice was superb.
Yeah,
mine was
absolutely.
Absolutely. And we had some viewers coming in. Someone said, goodness sake, and honestly. So by the end of the show, we were literally saying superb words that were quality and really unbelievable.
And literally just saying it.
Just saying it.
Do you know, it's a comfort word though, isn't it? Because everybody has it, and you have that moment where you're like, just say something, and that's what you say.
But that's what, when Ali came, when we did the swap over, I said to Ali, could you literally say literally any more times today, Ali? You literally said it all the time, which is where we got onto it. But so now I've kind of substituted it for another word, but I can't think what it is.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to not say it so much, but I phoned my mum up and I was like, Mum, did you see it? She went, I literally saw what they said. I was like, oh, I literally get it from you. So yeah, thanks.
Brilliant. Right, I think we've got about 5 more minutes.
Okay.
So if you want to show us,
so I'll show you quickly how you can add in. Literally, it's this easy. But what I wanted to show you before we do the add in, I'll add in and then I'll show you how we can just pop the stones on just to do this finishing part. So I've done this, and as I said, I've added in twice. Yeah. So that's 1 section, 2 section, 3 sections. So this is made up of 3 sections. So, do you want some wire?
Yes, please.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Would you like to borrow my snibberoos?
Yes, I'd like to borrow some brews.
Thank you. Right, so adding in your wire is done the same whether it's single or double wire.
Okay.
Bear in mind we're treating 1 wire as 1.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 wires, sorry, as 1. Yeah. So I'm going to take another little length of wire. You can just see next to me going. Like, come on!
I love learning new things. Brilliant.
It is good.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's good to show how easy it is, because you really, literally have never done this before.
Literally have never done this before. So, absolutely not.
So you're superb how well you're doing. Oh, it's never going to end now, is it?
No, that's it forever.
Okay, so what we're going to do is remove the whole of the knit from the tool. And bear in mind, I've not got a lot here. And then going back to that initial highest hole that started off with, place your last loop of your knit. Okay, so my wires are there, and this is my last loop. Feed your new wire or wires through, so bear with me, I need to just see this. There we go.
So you put it through a loop. Through
the loop. So if I turn that around, you see. Through the
I didn't do anything.
Through the loop and straight down through the hole as if adding on again. Okay, so there's your 2 wires and through the loop. And now what you're going to do is continue. So again, this might be best done overhead. So I'm going to now, that's my wire there coming through the hole, but it's inside that loop. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now I'm just going to continue the knit round once and then round twice, because obviously we're only doing a 3 loop. Okay, so now I've gotten back to my start point. Now this, if you had 5 knit, if you had a 5 loop, you would go around until the next loop is my initial finishing loop with the wires. You would stop here. So before I do this, I'm going to take it back off. So you have to wiggle it a little bit if you've got your thicker gauge of wires. Bear in mind I've taken the daisy off, so I've not made this easy for myself. A little hint as well, I'm going to show yours for this, just because I haven't got enough on mine, is if this gets too tight or you're struggling, the cone end of the tool is really good to just widen it out. And then when you pop it back on, it also loosens the loops from the tool, which makes it a little bit easier. So if you're ever doing a big section, it gets a bit stuck, or you'll find your tension's a bit tight, take it off, loosen it on there and pop it back on, but be careful, don't go over that ridge. Yeah. Once you get over that ridge, it's a nightmare to get
no coming back. That's it.
Not that I've done that.
No, no, I believe you.
So now I've got 4 wires together, for me, or 2 if you're Vicky.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to give them a gentle twist together, and then I'm going to use my snipperoos. That's it now, the snipperoos. And I've probably got about an inch, a centimetre and a half there. I want enough to be able to disappear into the knit. Now what I'm going to do when I do continue with my Viking knit, but what's going to happen is I'm going to stitch this into the tube. So I'm going to carry on as before. Now I've done that to those wires. Now I'm going to just go behind my loop, okay, and make sure that the wires go over that little twist. All right, that makes sense? Yeah. Then go back around. Now the trickiest bit is the next bit, because the first one's okay. Pop it on and pop it on. So now I'm back to my initial one. What I want to do, remove it, I want to take the wires behind that cross, but I want to go and catch this twist. So the wires are going to go behind that twist, because it will then stitch that twist into the knit. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah?
Like that.
So, yeah, so it's going behind the twist. So just place that back on, and then just make sure that it's not sticking past it. That's it. One of that one. And then continue, and do that until that just disappears, and then you just continue your knit as normal. So when you're ready then, and you want to add beads, I'll just see if I can just do it with these. Some of the smaller graduated lapis will go on the 0.6, some won't. Okay, so it's just trial and error. So when I got to the point where I was ready and I've done my knit, now bear in mind you do have to allow for the fact it's slightly shorter because you are going to reduce it. Yeah. You do this before you've reduced it. What you're going to do is take 2 stones. You are. I think I've got coffee shakes.
So when you're doing it with 2 wires, you put 1 on each. When you're doing it with 1, you
just
put
them on one stone. Yeah. You would just put one stone on.
One stone.
Yeah, I'm doing a double, so I have 2 wires. Okay. But if you were doing this as a single, then you would only want to add it onto 1 wire. Cool. Yeah. So both those wires both those stones are sitting like that. Then bring the 2 wires together as if they were 1, and continue. And just pull them individually if you need to. And then I did that on every single section. So there are 6. This is a 6 loop. Yeah. I forgot to mention that. So this is a 6 loop knit. That's why it looks so condensed. Yeah. Okay. So there are 6. So there are 12 of the beads here. Right. But I went round once.
In each gap.
In just one row like that. Yeah. Okay. Then I did a plain row. So then once I've done all of those, I just did a plain row underneath each of them, like that, so it was plain. Then went back around again, and then when I got to the next one, I had the larger stone. Now I only put 1 on, and what I did was I put it on the blue. Yeah. Pop your stone on. pop that wire through. Then with the gold, I'm using copper but gold, went around the stone.
Oh.
Then I went through that loop, and I just give it that little bit of decoration.
Okay.
Optional, don't have to do that.
So that's just decoration.
Decoration, yeah, no, it's just decoration.
Okay.
Then because I did 6, I did 3 of these. So I did one plain, then another one.
Cool.
So I alternated it.
Yep.
And then I had my excess tails, which I actually used, that's my replacement word, actually.
Oh, okay.
See, actually used it to, to decorate across the stones and secure it. So when you take that off and you want to draw that through, you will draw it through and it will stop.
Yeah, of course.
There. So it stops, and then you just you just sort of remove it. So you pull it sort of in the back and forth, and it will stop there. And then you can just use your hands to gently pull it into shape like that.
Okay, cool.
Feed a piece of your 0.8 blue wire through, all the way through. So that is what
through the centre of that
makes this loop. Yeah. So you need it to be long enough to go through 1/2. Add on your 5 hematites, and then you'll have the bare wire on this side.
Yeah.
So then I've added on, so I put a bead on, put my tube on, put my 5 beads on. Then I took my excess tails from the knit and just went around and locked it here. So I locked it all in.
Okay.
And then I made my loop here.
Yeah.
And then I did the second side.
Yeah.
And then I popped that on, popped that and made the clasp, and then just decorated around. And this has just been decorated. And if you haven't got enough wire, you need to add more. Just take another piece of blue wire, attach it around, and just add the stones.
Oh, cool. So it's as decorative and as you want.
It's as decorative as you want. You can stop wherever you want at any point, you know. But it's just, you know, it achieves a really cool look.
Yeah.
It just means that you're just using 2 wires instead of 1.
It's great, absolutely great. So in that kit we had the 60 metres worth of wire in all those different gauges, plus those 4 strands of gemstones, and yeah, fab. Now we did talk about these earlier, didn't we? Because we were talking about the cuffs and how you can hole punch on the cuffs. And these I've used these, and they're so easy to do. You need no extra pressure, you need no strength particularly. You just add in whatever it is that needs the hole punch. You twist it until you feel a little bit of resistance. Keep going, undo it, and the hole is punched, and that is it.
That's it.
And it is that easy.
Yep, and you get the little, it's like when you use a proper hole puncher, you know, when you get all the little white cut out bits.
Yeah. And you can use them
normally
as well.
take the lid off and spill it all over the office floor.
That's it.
But with this, you get the little metal holes, so you can use them in resin or in your metal, or you could stick them as to decorate, so you can use them as well.
That's brilliant. So we have got in here, so 2 lots of the double, so it's really like 4 in one bundle, really. 1.5 mil and the 2 mil in one, that's this one, and then you've got the 1.6 and the 2.4. Nice to have. You can create lots of different decoration with them, but they're so easy to and so portable.
I have all of them. Obviously that's not a big shock, is it? So because you've got that variety of shapes as well, of sizes of the tool that you want, the hole that you want. So if you wanted to put 2 pieces of 0.8 through, then you might want to use the 2.4, because then you'd have that movement to be able to feed the wire through. If you were just going to put 1 piece of 1 mil through, you might use the 1.5. Because so you might not want a big hole in the middle of your cuff, so you might want to make it like exactly on the demonstration there.
And look, it is that easy. There's no pressure, there's no real strength to it. It literally is just twist it. It pops. There you go. You can see there where it's gone through the metal. Then you just undo it. So should be at $17.90, but what about if we give you £10 back in your pocket?
Wow.
And we do both of them at £7. Oh, £7.90.
Definitely, especially if you love your copper sheet or your charms or anything like that.
Anything like that.
And also,
go for it.
if you use the flat wire that we have, you can hole punch the flat wire, and then you can make a really cool ring.
Brilliant.
You've already got, or bracelet or whatever you want. So you can actually make just a cuff. Hole punch the end of the square flat wire. And add a clasp.
Brilliant. I love that. That's fab. So there's really lots of different ideas that you can do, and for £7.90, and you're pretty much getting 4 for that price, aren't you? Let's be honest. So £7.90 for those, for all 4 of those, and they are really that easy to use, and so much easier than having a hammer and bashing through, isn't it?
And also I think Deb, I saw some of her amazing designs earlier, and she had the aluminium, 2mm aluminium wire, and she'd hammered some of it. You could do that and then use these.
Yes.
So you could make a drop, you could hammer some of that aluminium wire, you could then hole punch it, because when you hammer it, it's going to go really flat. Use the finer, like the 1.5, and then hammer that, use that, and you know, so you can use it with your wires as well.
As well as doing it with your blanks or copper sheets or anything like that. Yeah, brilliant if you want to do sort of, like you say, beautiful charms on bracelets, lariats down necklaces, whether you want to do dog tags or anything like that.
Anything really, especially if you've got the anvil as well, because you know, as we said, you can create that curved tag in effect, put a hole punch either side and attach it to some Viking knit chain. How cool would that be?
Yeah, really lovely. Lots of you grabbing that. That's amazing value, isn't it? So £10 back in your pocket. Right, we are going to go for a short break, but do not go anywhere, because we have your challenge coming up a little bit later. And thank you so much for teaching me how to do that. That's all right. That's quite therapeutic.
Can I go with your Kumihimo piece now?
Yes. So my first ever piece of Kumihimo is on my tag to get in the building. Yeah, going to keep that too. Right then, we will see you after the break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you all in a moment. That's fun.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you'll receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1p in P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals. Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you will receive 20% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, themed shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
All right, welcome back to Designer Inspiration. Ooh. We're going to, we've given you the challenge. It was citrine and amethyst, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes, so that's going to be your challenge.
I haven't done anything yet.
No, that's all right. You were too busy trying to teach me how to Viking knit.
Yeah, put your sexy one aside.
Oh, thank you. I will keep that. Right then, what should we do? Yeah, let's do these. Now, how great are these to go with that kit?
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Couldn't be more perfect, in all fairness. Couldn't be more perfect. We have got natural hematite. This time, again, in the stars. Have we got the gold stars? Maybe I could have a little...
Yeah,
yeah, the ones that were part of the kit. That'd be great. Thank you so much. Fabulous. So these are 85 carats worth of natural hematite. Plain stars at about 7 mil in their size, and again, look at that amazing luster. Beautiful kind of look to it. Love that way the light catches on it, the way it sparkles. And if you manage to get the kit, or if you're having a look back over, they would be absolutely perfect to go with that. Beautiful. Ooh. Gorgeous shimmer to them, because they are that sort of metallic luster. They look great, perfect for stars, especially in this colour, hey?
Yeah, and they would go quite contrasting if you did get that kit.
Yeah.
Because whereas the gold ones kind of were subtle, shimmery, when you look closely you see the little stars.
Yeah.
With them they'd be more obvious.
Yeah.
That they were there.
They catch the light so well. They're slightly larger than the golden ones, but still with that great surface area. Really lovely to see natural hematite as well. Yeah. We don't see that very often. So these stars are gorgeous. And it's so nice to see how you worked with it, because it's very similar to the stars and the golden in the kit. I've seen Fleur work with it very differently with using chainmail. So it's all nice to know that these will fit in with lots of different styles and lots of different sort of materials, and they're $5.95.
For me, I was thinking, and I wanted to try and incorporate it, that's why I ended up with the kind of cuff, was just having 5 on your wrist and then a very small. So if I gave you back that tiny bit of chain that we made at the smallest point, because you'd want to keep it, I got it. You'd want to keep it quite sort of delicate, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe go a little bit, one size thicker maybe, and just have 3 of those in the middle.
Yeah.
Can you see? And it would keep it nice and delicate.
Have those and then just have a few in the centre.
Yeah, just like that, see?
That would be gorgeous.
So it would make a really delicate piece, but you'd really see those stars. And again, that's what a lot of people are wearing. They're either wearing big, bold cuffs, or very tiny, little
tokeny pieces, yeah. But I think when you look at these, they'd be great for sort of charms or anything like that, wouldn't they? Just little drops, gorgeous little shooting star earrings.
You could put them on the end of chain and have lots of different ones and catch that light.
Absolutely. Let's just discuss though that they're $5.95. Well, we're not really meant to go lower than $6.95. So lovely that we have. Let's go for... Yes, let's go for these. What? Right, let's have a look at these. Some of these pieces, we really don't have too many of them. These are bronzite cabochons. Woohoo, look at that. I love bronzite, love the way the light catches it. Just seems to sort of glisten, shimmer, got that sort of metallic feel to them. Completely natural in their look. Now we're guaranteeing 240 carats worth of bronzite. Multi-shaped cabochons, look at that. $7.95. And how many have we now got left? Seven of them. Wow. Okay, you want to go grab these quick because these are beautiful. 240 carats worth of bronzite, multi-shaped cabochons. I've got 5 in here. You could have anywhere, I suppose, between 4 and 7, I suppose. And at $7.95, all of that, beautiful. They are stunning, gorgeous shimmer. If you've got it in your basket, check it out because you are going to miss out on these. Stunning metallic look to great with the antique bronze wire that we had, or the copper in the kit.
I don't have bronzite cabochons.
Oh, Mum!
Yeah, Mum, if you are watching, I want them. No, I genuinely don't. I love bronzite because it's magical to me. It's like that glitter going through it, it's shimmer. Yeah. And we don't do a lot of bronzite.
No.
We don't do a lot at all. It's an odd couple of strands every now and again. Yeah. So it's not very common at all. So to have it in that cabochon or with the copper.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Think that's sold out? Hope your mum was part of that. Right,
not getting a cup of tea.
Yeah. Let's go for, oh, wow. I absolutely love this gemstone for sparkle, for glitter, for glamour. Black spinel is certainly a gemstone right up there. It looks, and I sometimes have to take a double take on spinel, whether it is spinel or black diamonds, because it's got that same incredible luster and sparkle. As you take a look at this, as the light catches it, it's such a tough gemstone. Look at that. They rub it down so much that each facet is perfect. That way the light can bounce off each and every single one. Now I don't know if I hold that out, if it's easier to see the shape of them. There you go, that's better, isn't it? So these are faceted drops. Absolute last chance on it. $14.95, 5 to 6 mil, so a slight graduation through there. 19 centimetre strand, and we're at 4. Wow, what sparkle, what luster. I adore this gemstone. Absolutely love it. To be top drilled there is fabulous. If you want to create a gorgeous little ring, be perfect.
I've on the 5th birthday DVD.
Yeah.
I did a ring, a wire woven ring using that cut gemstone.
Perfect.
So it's ideal for that. And imagine that in silver or gold or anything really, copper.
Yeah.
It's just gonna pop.
That's it, absolutely. So I can't believe that's $14.95. A massive, massive amount of spinel there. I think that's about to sell out as well. Right. Oh yeah, now, I really like this weaving cord, but I've only ever seen it in really bright colours, so sort of magenta pinks, golden yellows, turquoises. I don't think I have ever seen it in these neutral tones. Now, we have got, in here, we have got 3 pieces of the cream, and each one is 10 metres, so 30 metres of the cream. We have got 30 metres worth of the brown as well, and then we've got 4 pieces of the black. I might just pop those in there so you can see the difference in the slight colours. Now, you talked earlier about the hematite being great for gents jewellery. This in itself is really great for that, whether you want to do sort of bracelets, macrame, kumihimo, whether you just want to do strands of it, whether you want to do plaiting, any kind of weaving at all. They're 1 millimeter gauge, so you could easily get a gemstone through them as well if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. And you could create, if you did do your macrame, you could create a really real statement monochrome
look. Yeah, you certainly
kind
could,
of look with that, and it would be quite lightweight. You could create like a spiral twist with it, and then have some really cool gemstones in there, and it's just going to look really amazing.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong with that colour.
No, you can't go. $6.95 for all of that. Wow, brilliant. So $6.95, you're getting 10 pieces, 3 in the brown, 3 in the cream, 4 in the black. Like you say, you could use that. I've just seen you get that out. Could you imagine having one of these with some detail, adding perhaps a chain into it as well, real sparkle to it?
Oh, you could really glitz it up a little bit then, couldn't you? But you could do something quite sort of everyday, surf-free type if you wanted to. You can do so much with it. You can do your paracord kind of designs, but obviously not paracord, but that kind of design wise with it. You can do micro macrame.
Yes, you could, yeah.
And you could do
using 1 strand of each,
just kind of Celtic knotting techniques.
There's loads and loads in there. This chocolate colour is beautiful. And like you say, very much like when we say about black gemstones, about clear gemstones, these will go with absolutely anything. So if you've got those gorgeous bright colours, something like the golden yellow or that magenta pink would look stunning with the black, or even the white.
Or even the, I've got that one left out of that kit. That one stone. I was trying to be organised.
One lonely.
Just imagine that against the black or
hematite.
Pull it on. Oh. But it would just really, because it's quite, you wouldn't need a lot, only a couple, but it's enough to kind of pop.
Yeah, that would be gorgeous. And if you didn't want a Viking knit perhaps, and you wanted to make a statement piece with those and then macrame up, if that's your thing, that would be beautiful too.
Yeah, definitely.
And completely change the look.
Yeah.
Love that. I think that's going to sell out as well. Let's pop these back in here. Oh yes, now I think these are brand new. Are these colours new? They are new to you, says Phil. They are new to him. So we've got silver and emerald green. Ooh, now, I think if you have your own stall, these for me are an absolute must. You could either incorporate the cost into them within your pieces and then go, here you go, let me put that in a bag for you, you can take that home.
Yeah.
Or you can have it as a little added extra if you people want to buy them, that's brilliant too. If maybe you, I mean, I know from walking into a card shop or anything like that on the high street, when you see bags, even bags, the smaller bags like this, you're looking at £1, probably £2 for the larger one. You're looking at a substantial amount to have a beautiful gift bag. Now, if you have your own stall, I think what a lovely finish to it, especially if someone's coming to buy a gift for somebody else. It's all done for them then. And I think it's that attention to detail. I know I would go back to a stall or a shop that had those little sort of tweaks of added extras, because you go, they think about you. You think about things like that. If they're going to think about little added extras for your sort of finished product, they're going to think about that throughout the designs as well.
Yeah, they're also really good size to pop a business card in as well.
They
so
are.
if you wanted to give a little, even if you said, oh, if you buy X amount, I'll give you a little bonus, and just maybe pop a little pair of earrings in out of that bundle that you had for silly price initially.
Yeah.
You know, pop it in there with a business card and a little thank you or something on it, and you'll get that.
Your earrings on it, couldn't you?
Yeah, and or like you say, if someone's bought some stuff, you can either say to them, "Oh, look, it's 50p extra," or just say to them, "Well, I'll tell you what, you've spent so much today. Have it for free. Have this on me, and I'll make it look pretty." And put a little bit of confetti or something in there with it. Make it look a little bit personal.
I think so, because this is, I mean, if you've opened up your basket, you pay for posting packaging once. These are gorgeous. You can incorporate the amount that you're going to spend on a bag into it, because they're £6.95, and that works out 14p a bag. So even if you would normally do a pair of earrings for, I don't know, £1.50, £3, £5, add another 50p or 20p or whatever it is onto your cost of it, and then this becomes a nice little extra for somebody.
Yeah, I mean, even if you did, I know we say about it, but Christmas is coming, so you've got Secret Santa time. A lot of places do Secret Santa, so the budget normally is about £5. You can say, look, you know, Secret Santa, do it as Secret Santa gifts, and put a little bit of something fun in there, and have a little pair of earrings, a little chocolate or something, and have ready-made Secret Santa gifts.
Yeah, really nice. And I think, like I say, if you do this as a hobby, you don't sell jewellery, just lovely to have a big selection, because you get 5 in each of these sizes, and they just keep growing. There they go, they grow, and then they get even bigger. And there's 5 different sizes, so you get 50 bags altogether. There you go, they keep getting bigger, bigger, and then the larger one there, and you get 5 of each of those. And so you've got them for a necklace, you've got them for a bracelet, you've got them for a pair of earrings, you've got them for a ring. You've got enough there that you've got to add those pieces in, and at £6.95 for all of them, I think that's great. There's so many there, isn't there? And like I say, even if you just do it as a hobby, and it's just really nice to have gift bags, you couldn't walk into a store and pick one up for 14p.
No, you couldn't. And you know, it's hard to get. It enables you to put something like flat, you know, the necklaces that we've been doing today, they are tricky to get into a box or something like that. So you can place that inside, a bit of tissue paper, wrap it nicely, pop it inside the bag, pop a little business card in there, and you've got a nice little gift, or a little card if you're not giving it, if it is a gift for somebody. And you can just give it to someone. It's also really good if you just want to put a little selection of gems in and go on holiday or something. Pop it in a bead bag.
It's a finished touch, isn't it? That's all it is. It's that sort of professional finish to it. Now, loving this. I've never seen this burgundy wire before. So in there we have got, that's 0.4 in the burgundy wire. That's gorgeous. 10 metres worth of burgundy coloured copper wire in the 0.4 mil. We've then got, in the shell pearl rounds, they are 4 mil and 8 mil. Yeah, so 4 mil and 8 mil in the loose strands. And then you've got the headband to go with it as well. So this is a headband set here. Gorgeous. And with the wire as well. Now, I do think these headbands are brilliant, but I did think, well, maybe if you don't want to use that, you could probably take the gems off of it if you wanted to, because it's on wire. You've then got the drop at the bottom. You've got all those gorgeous gems at the top. Use them as a headband, great for kids, great for sort of bridesmaids perhaps. Lovely that you've got the burgundy wire to add to it. I've never seen that. And we've got the 2 strands of gemstones there as well, and that's going all the way down to just $9.95. Wow, masses there. 2 strands of the shell pearl, a reel in 10 meters worth of the 0.4 in the burgundy, and the headband as well.
Well, you've got a matching set there, haven't you? Like you said, if you do have bridesmaids or a maid or matron of honour, you can make that special piece. So you can make the matching jewellery. You've got the hair piece. You can do whatever you want with that, really. You could build onto that as a tiara if you wanted to. Yeah. So you could keep it like that, use your burgundy wire, and then do sprays. Lovely. To really build a tiara up, and all the work of the base has been done for you.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, all the sort of the hard bit, and you can then do the creativity of it. That's brilliant. So $9.95, wow. 2 strands, plus the reel of wire, 10 meters worth of reel of wire, and the headband as well. It's incredible value. So $9.95 for all of that. Well done if you've managed to grab that, because that's a massive, massive amount there. Now we have got, ooh, love that colour. I am quite the fan of wire ribbon. Really easy to work with. Now, here we go. Let's take a look at it now. We have got a kiwi colour, and then we've got the multicolour sprig as well. They are beautiful. They've got great structure to them, really lovely structure to them. And I have never been able to wrap a cabochon. Well, I've never really tried. But with this, hold on, it's super easy. You just fold it in half, wrap the cabochon, and then you almost sort of sew it at the top with wire.
Yeah. Yeah. Or you can twist it and make it into a necklace then, straight into it. Straight into it.
Brilliant. You can make very decorative pieces. You can make roses and flowers. You
can fold it.
And
fold it.
Fold it, yes. And have it round the other way, yeah. If you make a mistake, literally just pull it out and put it back to where it was. There you go. Brill. And you could, they're good because they've got great structure to them. They've got nice wire in them as well. They can hold really well all on their own. You can add gemstones into them, so you can fold them. You can either have them one way or the other. Yeah. So either with all sort of with the wire structure on the outside, you can have it with the sort of almost looks like a spray, doesn't it?
Yeah, and also, you know, like those lovely druzy cabochons that I had in the first designer inspiration. Yes. What you could also do is I can't put that down because I'll drop it. You can, because you know what I was saying about if you're netting, you have to have a support of a back. Yeah. Before you can net anything. Yeah. You've got a back there, so you can net through the knitted wire. Brilliant. And net one of those druzy cabot, especially that colour there. Can you imagine if you put a copper or a silver onto one of those? And it's going to be really lovely on the back as well. Yeah, and it's going to support, and it's going to be nice and comfortable and flexible to wear. Yeah, that's it. We should have been at the £30 mark. You can see there that we've gone to 15, so that literally is buy one get one free. Is that for both of them? Yep. Wow. That should be $14.95 for one, but you're getting $14.95 for 2. So if you've never worked with this before, definitely now is the time to have a go. $14.95 is fabulous, and you're getting 2 of them. And you can make really beautiful designs, really stunning designs. You can make great cuffs with them. Like I say, you can make flowers with them, create sort of structured necklaces with them. Yeah, loads and loads. Right, so $14.95 on those. Keep checking out your baskets. Oh yes, I did. Very sneaky, Amelia. Right, let's have a look at. Oh wow, right, hold on. Have we got? I'm just going to have a quick look at these because you don't always get to see that gorgeous colour. Now, hopefully, you can see this beautiful reds and kind of wine colours coming through on that stunning gemstone. 140 carats worth of garnet in the plain rounds. They are stunning, aren't they? Really lovely depth of colour. 6mm in their size. Rounds really easy to work with. Yeah, perfect, aren't they? Really good if you're starting as well, because you know it's in a nice way it's a safe shape, because you know that you'll be able. It's going to go with everything. You can wrap your wire around it. You can put it on bead and thread. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, that's it.
Nice colour to it, beautiful depth of colour. 6 mil in the rounds, 140 carats worth of garnet. Your price point on this is just, $5.95. There you go. So we're never really supposed to go lower than the $6.95. So if you're looking at this, you go, but that is $5.95. Fully take advantage of that. It's $5.95 for a beautiful garnet. 6 mil in their shape and size, and 140 carats worth. Really beautiful, really lovely depth of colour to it. Gorgeous sort of warmth coming out of it. And $5.95, perfect. $5.95. I believe you're taking advantage of this. Love it. There we go, $5.95 on those. Well done if you've managed to grab those. Yeah, $5.95 for garnet. Lovely warmth to it, beautiful depth of colour. Yeah, stunning. Right, let's put them in there. Where should we go? Ooh. Oh, I love this. Now, this would go well with that last kit, wouldn't it? We have got gold colour-coated pyrite, and it's in the really rough nuggets, and I love it when we see this because as the light catches it, it's got all those different angles to catch off of, and it just glistens and sparkles. Wow. These are so nice and bright as well, aren't they? I love them. Imagine those with those stars.
Do you know, they would also go really cool. I know, go back to those druzy, but looking at them, they've got like a druzy, they make me think of druzy. So if you were going for that mixed metal look, you've got the copper, you've got the silver, that would be that gold element.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd have that real mixed metal look, then, wouldn't you?
I mean, the way that these shimmer and sparkle, and when they found pyrite, they weren't sure if they'd found gold or not, and I think when you're looking at these look like gold nuggets. Yeah,
definitely, and that's what I mean about that, because I think it's because of the rough edging on it. It gives almost like that druzy effect, even though it's not. Yeah. It kind of does.
And that's the rough nugget feel to it. Yeah, these are brilliant. Love these. 150 carats worth of golden colour-coated pyrite. Graduated rough nuggets from 5x3 to 11x2. It's a 20 centimetre strand. These are great. What a great size as well. Not overpowering, but $7.95. Not overpowering at all, but a lovely, beautiful glitter to it. Stunning shimmer. And you're right, they've got a druzy effect to them, but that's just because they are the rough nugget and the way the light is catching on them.
It's almost like it's been coated over a druzy. So if you were to coat over a druzy, it's that kind of effect, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you wanted to give pearls a bit of a modern twist, I think these together, they actually look great.
That looks lovely.
That is really good, isn't it?
Yeah. Very contemporary.
Yeah, incredibly contemporary. So $7.95 for the pyrite. It was beautiful. Right then, so we had a little look at the white cultured pearls. These are 5x4 mil, and they're $6.95 for pearls. I'm always a little bit blown away by the prices of pearls, I have to say, that we do here. Just because I think when you look out in shops, in boutiques like you spoke about, the prices that you see them in finished pieces doesn't reflect the price of the components that you've used.
No, it really doesn't. And like you say, if you were to look in a shop and see pearl necklace in a shop, you would expect it to be double towards triple figures, depending on what you're looking at. But you certainly wouldn't be expecting to see it in single figures.
No way.
You wouldn't, not even a pair of earrings.
No way.
Even a simple drop, if you had a sterling silver, one of those on sterling silver headpins, you'd still probably in a shop be looking at about £15 to £20.
Oh yeah, at least. And I think the thing is, if I didn't see pearls at that price, I'd probably question whether they were actually pearls or not. Because of the connotation behind pearls, because they have been treasured for so long, because they are high-end pieces, and they're a classic. They're a true classic. And when we think of the women that have worn pearls, from Audrey Hepburn to Marilyn Monroe, the Queen, even sort of Chanel with her 5 strands of beautiful pearls, those sorts of pieces hail incredible amounts of money. And yet, if you look at these, you can get, now someone did tell me, if you get 2 strands, you can get 3 rungs out of it if you add chain round the back and have them at slightly different levels. You can actually get 3 of those rungs out from 2 strands.
Yeah, it's insane.
Which is crazy. So for a 3-strand of pearls with sterling silver chain perhaps, and that's all you're doing, pearl knotting, because it'll go further, add a bit of chain at the back, put a beautiful clasp on it, like nice magnetic clasp or something like that would be lovely. £6.95, so you've paid, what have you paid? 14 pounds for the 2 strands to make the 3 lots. If you saw something like that for less than, well, it wouldn't be around £20, would it?
No,
Let's be honest.
it definitely wouldn't. And you know, again, at that price, you'd want to get a couple of strands, wouldn't you? And then you'd want to do a couple of statement pieces and go real pearl heavy with them. Yeah. And then just do some simpler pieces.
Absolutely. Nice size to be able to pretty much create anything. Now you could do rosary links, you could do drop earrings, you could do bracelets, necklaces. Really stunning size to be able to do all of that. So £6.95 on those. Lovely stuff. Oh yes, let's grab it. Whoa. Am I right in thinking that maybe you had these as a challenge a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I've worked with them a couple of times actually. I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really lovely. Yeah, I did actually. I think I did a shark against one. I did a shark.
Love that. Brilliant. I always love all the detail. My favourite bit is the outer edge of the detail.
Yeah, and you know, if people are new to beginning with the cabochons and going back to that first initial DI, that would be a perfect practice piece.
Okay.
But even then it wouldn't be a practice piece because it would be a perfectly wearable piece.
Yeah.
But because your work surface is larger and those edging on those slabs are kind of almost rough.
Yeah.
So the wire just sticks, it just grips it beautifully.
Wicked. So that is a really good starting point. You're going to make lovely pieces. We are guaranteeing 650 carats worth of black agate in these slices. They go from around 34 by 25 to 71 by 55, and you are guaranteed 5 in your collection at £7.95. So that works out at £1.59 per cabochon. Then definitely these slices, £1.59 for a slice, for one of these. Then that's a really great practice piece, isn't it?
Definitely. And if you were to go into a shop, like a natural, I say natural shop, like, you know, a gemstone shop, a crystal type shop, and you would see one of those, you would be looking at about £3 per piece, just as they are. So it's ideal, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. £7.95 for these. They're all different as well, that's what I like. So if you did multi-buy on these, you'd still get 5, absolutely, but they'd all be different. Every single one would be unique. And great to be in the black. How striking, how stunning. You'll be going to be able to wear that with anything. Whatever you create, whether it's a nice length of pendant. I've seen Gemma Crow work with a few of them. She uses like 3 or 4 in one piece. Amazing.
I've done that before. 1, 2, 3 real statement pieces. You can also net around them and do Viking knit chain either side and just have one as a centerpiece. So you'd get a real statement look, but it'd be quite lightweight.
Lovely. Yeah, really lovely. So £7.95 for 5 of them is fabulous. That's loads for that amount. Perfect. Right, let's pop those in. Yes, I love these. It's the shape for me of these. I just think they for me would look fab with that last kit as well.
Yes.
Because of the shape of them, because of the style of them, add gold to them would be great. We've got 400 carats worth of red jasper. Now they are bars that are 16 by 6. I just think they're wicked. I love them.
You could put the pearls in between them, couldn't you?
Yes, and again, completely change the look. So if I grab them and I put the gold hematite stars with them.
Oh, cute.
I love that. And it could be as simple as putting either a double layer and having them at the top, or every other one.
Yeah.
And that would make a really lovely piece.
Yeah.
And quite contemporary look. If I then grab the pearls, again, completely changes the look of them. Completely change it. Nice sort of warming colour to it, and then the glamour and elegance of the pearls. Completely different look. I love the fact that you could have them all dropped in one direction. If you have them on your wrist, maybe you could have them each one going a different way. very sort of beach look to it, a bit unusual. So this entire strand, the bars are 16 by 6, as I said, completely natural red jasper, masses there to be working with, and your price point is just $7.95. Love it. So $7.95, really nice, because you could again just take one, do a bit of wrap around it, hang it off an earring.
Yeah, definitely. And you can also put a little section of them together and weave around them up and down a little bit, so sort of set them as they are, and like you say, maybe pop a few little stones in between them, copper beads, those little tiny copper beads we had in the first designer inspiration. Yeah, they'd look lovely as little accents in between them. Yeah, or you could just restrand the whole piece with just those in between them, or do sections.
Yeah, you could make the most contemporary flower out of that.
You could.
Yeah,
very contemporary.
Indeed. $7.95. There you go. Do grab those if you do like them as much as I. Let's go for, I love this. Oh yeah. Now, whenever I've seen designers work with it, each one works with it very, very differently. You can work with it from using just one of the loops to using a massive amount and creating a bag like the lovely Deborah did. Love that bag.
I think everybody loves that bag. I think she could just commission, I think the whole of this building would commission her that bag.
Instantly I would take one of those. Yeah. Instantly. She did it as a designer inspiration. She had a bit of material in the centre with a zip on it and then created the entire bag out of this. You don't have to go as crazy as that. No, you could have it as a handbag strap if you wanted to maybe sort of zhuzh up a piece. These are really easy to work with as well, in the fact that you can chainmail with it, and you can literally pull them apart. I'm not feeling quite so strong today, but you can undo those, and they're really easy to undo. Yeah. And you can chainmail with them. You can use one. I just think it's a lovely shimmer to it. Nice detail. Each one is different. Yeah. And there's lots you can do with it. $12.95. There. Oh, we're not doing that. No. So 5 meters worth of gold-plated aluminium alloy chain. Just now at $9.95. So you've just given back everyone their post and packaging for the day. Yeah, there we go. So 5 meters worth of gold-plated aluminium alloy chain. And in fact, lots of designers have come in and they've said, oh, I've got that chain, and I've made nice sort of multi-chain sort of strand pieces. And I think at $9.95 for 5 meters worth. It's fab, isn't it?
It really is. I think I've done chainmail with that before. And I took it all off, and all I did was 2-in-1. It's time consuming, but it changed the look of it completely.
Completely changes the look.
Just 2-in-1, so you put 2 together, put 1 through, 2 together, 1 through, and it just makes it go from sort of like alternate shaped, and it looks really cool, and it feels completely different as well. It feels really luxurious. Yeah, it really does. But you can go really heavy with it, and it doesn't feel heavy because it's aluminium alloy. These are great for using as chain garland around your Christmas tree. I have one with gems on it. Oh, how lovely. Oh, what a nice high-end Christmas tree. Yeah. Oh, yes, please. $9.95 on that. 5 meters worth of the gold-plated aluminium alloy chain. Let's do, what should we do now? Can I? Number 7, please. Yes, lovely cabochons. Now we have got purple agate cabochons with a window of druzy. These are always so stunning. They've got a really lovely pop of colour, and then they've got that kind of party disco element to them. Each one is individual, so we guarantee, look at them, we guarantee 350 carats worth of purple colour agate, multi-shaped window druzy cabochons. I bet you love these. I want those. Yeah. Because I just, again, it's that glitter, it's that sparkle, isn't it? Yeah. And it enables you to do something like we did with the smaller ones, but on a bigger scale. Yeah. And that gives you a bit more scope, because it's not so, you've got more room on the stone to decorate should you want to. Yes, true. And not lose all of the glitter. Absolutely. So you're good for practicing if you want to have a practice, but still have that beautiful glitter coming through. Yeah, that's it. They're all unique, they're all different. There you go. Oh, that's lovely. That's nice. Big chunk out of that for the glitter. So 350 carats worth. I've got 5 here, probably get anywhere between sort of 4 and 6 or 7. $11.95. 11.95. 11.95 for 5 meters worth. 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 11.95 for 5 met
11.95 for a 350 carats worth of these beautiful window druzy cabochons. Love that glitter, love that sparkle, and a gorgeous pop of colour. Really stunning. And like you say, you've got a little bit more to work with around the outside.
Yeah.
They would go with those kits as well, wouldn't they?
They would look beautiful with the kits. I mean, you know, with the silver and the copper is going to go beautifully with that sort of purple colour, because it's just going to change the look of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it gives you a bit more scope, so you can play about a little bit more. You can be a bit more, you know, adventurous with your weaving if you wanted to give it a woven frame, because you're not going to lose that sparkle.
No, that's it. And nice way to practice as well. So if you've got the smaller ones,
yes,
nice to be able to practice perhaps on these and then go for the smaller ones if you've got the kit as well. 11.95 for these beautiful purple colour agates, all in different shapes and sizes. Love that. Right, let's put that on there. Ooh, oh wow, that's beautiful. So stunning citrine. We talked a little bit about citrine earlier. We said how it's an amethyst that's been heated by man or by Mother Nature as well. And as the reaction with the iron and the heat, it creates a beautiful golden citrine. This is stunning. Love all the shades in this. So 40 carats worth of citrine, graduated plain wheels that go from 3x1 to 4x2, a 30 centimetre strand. I think all those colours in there are gorgeous. Really lovely and warm. We go from the lighter ones, a little bit sort of fresher, a little bit brighter, to these deeper ones which look very warming and very elegant looking.
That's what I was saying about the citrine in my challenge, is it is that lighter shade that has got that more orangey tone, but that would be a great add-on to this bundle that I'm working with, because it's slightly larger, and again it's different looks but it's similar, so it's going to just add that little bit more warmth should you want to, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah, stunning, isn't it? So 40 carats worth of citrine. Oh, it's $5.90. That shouldn't be at $5.95. It's a massive, massive strand. You've got 30 centimetres to work with. I don't think I've ever seen citrine in one strand be so shaded like that. I think it's lovely. Yeah. I would be quite tempted, even if you just wanted to make a pair of drop earrings, to graduate the colour through, to sort of maybe go from the sort of really pale, beautiful sort of lemony colours all the way through to those golden colours, and then that deeper tone of that citrine. But at $5.95 you can't really go wrong, can you? 40 carats worth of stunning citrine, graduated plain wheels from 3x1 to 4x2, and that's just $5.95. So go grab. That's an add to your order kind of price, isn't it? Oh yeah. Oh okay. Yes. We very rarely see this gemstone. God, I love this colour. Very rarely see it indeed. So let's take a look. Only ever seen this strand once. I think I've probably seen that once before. Now, so first discovered within sort of blocks by lavas in Mount Vesuvius, hence the name Vesuvianite. To see any kind of transparency in this gem, which is what you're seeing in these pieces, is incredibly rare. Normally we see it and it's more of an opaque gem, but to see it with any kind of transparency so the light can get in that gem is incredibly rare. Ida is what it's known as in the gem trade. Vesuvianite is what it's known as in mineralogy. So if you've come across Ida, this is exactly the same gemstone. It's not a gemstone necessarily that you will see on the high street. It's more of a one that you'll see with gem specialists, with specialist stalls, with specialist shops and things like that. So if you sell jewellery, be someone that's a little bit different. Be someone that has a piece that's got a bit of a story to it that you can tell everybody, but means that it's something a little bit unusual. You can get your certificate of authenticity to go with it. You can either add it to your order for 50p or you can download it from the web. And it's just because of that rarity, it's a highly collectible gemstone. Like we say, I think I've maybe seen Vesuvianite once here on Jewellery Maker, so nice to see it here again. Gorgeous depth of colour. To see a green gemstone when it's natural, green gemstones are really, really rare, far rarer than people realise, and it's such a stunning colour, really sort of beautiful, almost such a mossy sort of lime colour to it. So you've got 95 carats worth, graduated plain rondelles from 3x1 to 7x4, a 35 centimetre strand, you should pay $24.95. Should do, but not today. So this is going to be a bit of a collector gemstone deal, I think. So it should be at £25, absolutely. There's masses of it. Gorgeous gemstone, but we've taken it to $19.95 instead. Wow. For a gemstone we very rarely see, beautiful colour to it. To see it with this kind of quality, any kind of transparency, I think is great. Really rare to see that as well, and that's what you've got here. I'm loving these together.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. It's got like a glow to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. And whenever I see a green gemstone, each green is completely different to the next. Like this doesn't look like peridot or emerald or chrome diopside. Each and every single one has got its own hue, its own tone of the green. And that means it makes it unmistakable. And you know that you're getting, for Suvinite or Ida a $19.95 instead of £25. Beautiful gemstone. If you've never seen it before, get it home, have a good look at it. It is stunning. You've got a really lovely sort of limey green brilliance inside there, so that sort of glow. Beautiful. Masses there to work on as well.
Yeah. And you're right about the shade of green. That's something that if, you know, I was watching, I'd be like, well, what is that? Because you know it's different. You can see it's not chrome diopside. You can see it's not, you know, peridot. You can see
peridot, yeah,
it's not prehnite, but what is it? So it has got that, but what is that stone? And again, I think that's one of those things that could get that interest.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
if you had it as your focal piece and said, these are these earrings.
These were found at
I say that
Vesuvius.
I can't say the word, but you know, you could say and have it marked, and people are like, oh, well, what are they? I've not heard of that before. And then you can talk about it.
I think it's lovely. It's got the connotation next to Mount Vesuvius because everyone's heard of that.
Yes.
Yet they might not have heard of the gemstone. So really nice to go actually found near sort of pockets of lava.
Yeah.
I think that's great. Yeah, $19.95. Well done if you managed to grab that because it's a little bit unusual, very unique. Time to be someone who's a little bit different, I think. Wow. Oh wow, that's gorgeous. I love amber simply because it tells a story. From the Cretaceous period, which is over 40 million years ago, this beautiful resin was capturing time and almost like taking a photo of what was going on as dinosaurs were evolving but still roaming the earth. This was coming along and going snap, and underneath the pressure and the temperature fossilized to create this beautiful gemstone. A gemstone that you kind of want to have inclusions in it because whenever you look through it, you know that those beautiful inclusions are a time, sort of a photo of time from over 40 million years ago. We have got mixed amber, which is lovely because you get all the different colours of amber, all the different types of amber. To see it in such a mix, when somebody's taken the time to separate all those colours, make sure that you've got an even amount of all those beautiful colours as well, means you then have the choice to use it as you want. They obviously sit beautifully together from those almost sort of golden colours. You've got that classic sort of cognac amber and then the really deep, almost red amber. As they sit together, they look beautiful. You might want to take them off the strand and have pockets of those different colours. But just know that as you get this home and take a look at it, all those beautiful detail that you see inside each one of those amber gemstones is a pocket of time, a snapshot of life when dinosaurs roamed the earth. 42 centimetre strand, 5 mil. There you go, $19.95. To take home a piece of history like that, I think even if I wasn't really into gemstones and wasn't interested in the glitz and the glamour and the sparkle that comes with it, even as a kid I would think was probably the most interesting thing you can look at.
Yeah, definitely. My mum loves amber, so I used to have to buy her, well, I didn't have to, but you know, you will buy me
You will buy it for me.
But if it was her birthday or anything and I wanted to buy something nice, I always knew I could go down to, you know, a nice little place in Bristol and find a nice bit of jewellery, amber, and I knew she'd be happy. And the cognac is her favourite type of amber.
Yeah.
but it's so expensive. So
Yeah.
if I was going to buy her a little pair of earrings, I would be looking at about £20 just for that little pair of earrings.
Yeah.
All right, they might be set in silver,
Yeah.
but it is just that one little piece. So, you know, it's to be able to make something personally,
Yeah.
and then be able to say, well, actually, I've made you a nice set of pendant and earrings.
Amazing.
And that's nothing as to what I would have spent if I'd have gone down to a shop.
No way. And it's personal. You've made
personal,
it.
yeah.
It's personal, yeah. That amber kind of looks like a snake. I see exactly what you mean. All those gorgeous colours in there. Totally see what you mean. I think for £20 to take those home and be able to look and know that this is a fossil from that time,
Yeah.
I think it's amazing. 19.95. I don't think we've got too many of those left, have we? I think they're all going to go, so please check your baskets out. Right. Ooh. Talking about rarity, this is it. This is it in a strand. A gemstone which you, I'm sure, have heard an awful lot about, but a gemstone that was discovered in the mid-60s, brought to the forefront by a very famous American jewellers in the late 60s, and ever since then has been incredibly popular. Downside, only found in one location. To ever find it again would be apparently 1,000,000 to 1. Have all the elements, to have all the heat, the pressure, the way that it's formed, the crystal structure to occur again, 1,000,000 to 1. Kind of, it was stumbled across as well. I love that story, where it was stumbled across. They were trying to get to a certain area where they knew were gemstones, but the guide wouldn't take them any further because of the rough terrain, so they started looking where they were and stumbled across this beautiful gemstone. Probably about 18 months, 2 years ago, they stopped seeing so much of it coming out of the ground, so less and less. They'd had to dig quite deep to even find the streams of the beautiful gemstone, but probably about 2 years ago stopped seeing this gem. That's okay. What's out there in the market was already out there. What had been mined and sold on was already out there. However, recently that started to diminish as well. The value of this gem is constantly increasing because the supply outweighs the demand. Even if the demand stays the same, the supply has dropped, so the demand appears to be higher. This is a sort of gemstone I think I would want to keep and just have in my collection because it's an heirloom piece. It's a gemstone that is not being found anymore, so at some point all the bits that are out there will be out there and that will be it. To be able to own such a stunning strand like this I think is incredible. 75 carats worth of beautiful Tanzanite. Now a gemstone that's graded very much on its colour. You're looking at a beautiful, regal, royal blue colour coming through. You can see that shimmer in there as well as the light catches on it. To be able to see Tanzanite cut in such a way that it's so elegant, so sophisticated, very sort of feminine really in its look as well. I think is it you that has Tanzanite, makes a piece out of the Tanzanite, and then if people see it, they can come to you for a commission with Tanzanite?
That is what I would do.
Yeah, that's what you would do.
Yeah, that is what I would do. I would have one piece, and then I would wear it, or I would have it so that if people said, oh, you know, Tanzanite, talk to you about it, and you can say, well, I've got it. Here's something I've made with it.
Yeah.
I've got some here, you know, I've got a little bit. It's a very special gemstone, and I could create something special for you.
Yes, absolutely. And how gorgeous, because there's masses on here, and each one is so elegant. You don't need to use a whole lot of this to know that you're going to get the most beautiful design. And at $49.95 for 75 carats worth of Tanzanite, when it looks as beautiful as this, I think you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. Just go get this home, have a look at it, and decide for yourself. Know what Tanzanite looks like up close and personal.
Yeah.
It's a stunning gemstone. It's a gemstone that has got such a connotation attached to it because it's disappearing, because of the way that it's being talked about. Everybody now knows about Tanzanite. Get that certificate of authenticity, put that with that gorgeous gemstone, and like you say, maybe just have even a pair of earrings and someone clocks it and goes, we've got Tanzanite.
Yeah, and you know, one pair of earrings with those, with a tiny bit of sterling silver wire, you would be asking that money, if, you know, or maybe, you know, sort of £40, and that's just using 2 of them.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Right. Oh yes, let's go for these. So 3 strands of agate, black, cerise pink, and the beautiful blue. So magenta, black, and blue there. These are all brand new as well. They're in the 6mm rounds. Great to have the same gemstone, slightly different colour.
Yeah.
But they're all going to sit really nicely in together. The pink and the blue obviously go nicely together. The black is a given that it will go with anything. So really nice to have a look of exactly the same gemstone itself. Nice to be in the same cut and the same size. And then you've got just a sort of the swap over of those colours.
Yeah.
Add them all together if you want to. I think they would look lovely all together. Maybe just the pinks and the blacks. Or the blues, totally up to you, or just keep them all separate, but know that you've got 3 strands there. We should be at $14.85, but we're not going to do that. We're going to drop it all the way to $6.95 for you. For 3 strands, love that. 3 strands of beautiful agate in the blue, magenta, and the black. They're all faceted. They're all going to sit together really nicely if you want them to. Keep them separate. Totally up to you, but work with them however you want. Just know that you've got 3 strands of beautiful gems at $6.95. Which you can't go wrong with, really, can you? Let's be totally honest. There we go. They are $6.95. Let's go. Yes. Now, if you sell jewellery, or even if you do them as gifts, you've got to have, well, because we had someone talking about allergies earlier, you've got to have sterling silver in your collection just in case, haven't you? Ooh, right, let's grab one of these. Especially when it comes to earrings, you have to. Oh, these are fab. So we have got sterling silver round stud. Look at that luster on there. Round stud drop earrings. Now they're 9x7mm, and you're getting 3 pairs. I think, for me with pearls, I'd want to have a nice sort of stud look to it. That on that, I think, looks beautiful. Even if you had maybe a few on a drop, would be lovely. You could quite easily take that little loop off if you wanted to, just have them studded earrings. You could add colour and swelligant to these as well?
Yeah, we were talking about how you could stamp onto it, and that would be where that little anvil would come in, because we were trying to work out how you could stamp onto it.
Yeah.
Obviously without damaging the sort of stud part of it. So pop it through.
Ta-da! There we go. That would be great. There it is.
There you go.
And then you can add a letter, a number, some just texture.
Symbol or something. Yeah, just texture, anything really.
Symbol, yeah, you're right, absolutely anything. $9.95. Oh no, we're going to a lowest price ever. Yeah, let's just do it. Lowest price ever. We're taking them to $7.95. Wow, $7.95. That's for 3 pairs of these. 3 pairs. There they all are. You get the backs as well. I was actually quite surprised that you don't always get the backs with stud earrings.
No.
And you have to find.
You have to buy them separately.
Buy them separately and buy the ones that fit.
Or sometimes just buy like the rubber.
Yeah. Like the stoppers.
Yeah, the stoppers.
You don't need to really. Get it with. Perfect. So $7.95. That's great. Yes, please. Right, let me pop them in there. Right, let's go. We're coming over to Theo.
Okay.
We're going to have a look at your challenge, the 4 o'clock challenge. Oh, wow.
So I haven't done tons. Just let that.
I'm really excited that my Viking knits have stayed on the net. Everything else got cleared away.
I left it there for you.
My Viking knit stayed. Proud moment. It's got quite structure to it.
It is, yeah.
Yes, good teaching. Right, so your challenge was 25 carats worth of amethyst and 45 carats worth of citrine. Now, I think if I do, can I just do that?
Yeah, yeah.
So you've made a bracelet that sort of becomes very decorative and
yeah, it's like a
sits in the
hand
room.
adornment kind of bracelet.
Love that. And the citrine and the amethyst go so nicely together, don't they?
They're gorgeous, and you don't need to do a lot, so you can keep it really simple. It's just going, and it's comfortable and lightweight to wear, but it's just going to look nice, comfortable on.
That's brilliant. So all the 2 strands that we had there, the citrine and the amethyst, went to $11.95. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Were there any of the kits left? Yes, a few of the kits left. So please do go and have a look at that. I think we're going to bring those on screen. So we're which one? The mixed metallic. So how many? 25 in baskets. Wow, we've got 10 left. 10 left. That was lovely, wasn't it? That was with the cabochons. We had the window druzy cabochons in silver and the copper. For five in each.
Yeah, there was 10 altogether.
Yeah, 10 altogether with the copper wire in the 0.4, 0.6 and 8, and same again in the silver. That should have been over £55. It went to $34.95. The other kit is going to be whizzing at the bottom of your screen. And that was the lapis, it was the hematite, there it is. The lapis, 2 strands of the lapis, the hematite and the stars, and the 14mm rounds, which are lovely.
Yeah.
And then the wire in the blue, the gold, and the antique bronze.
Yeah.
And that one went to $19.95. We even did a little cheeky on that, didn't we? And dropped it in further.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martha strolled in and she went, no, take it down. So we did.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? So make sure you do check out your kits. Go back and double check if you think you have checked it out. Just double check as well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Loved it. So nice. Thank you so much for teaching me how to do it.
I love it. You just reduced it.
I know. I'm like that. I'm like, let's make a chain if I can. It's been really fun. It's nice to learn how to do new things.
Yeah.
That's why I love the designer inspiration, because I can literally sit here and I'm like, peering over your shoulder trying to learn how to do
That's why
things.
I just give you wires, so just get on with it.
Move over there, please. Move out of the way. Thank you so much for staying with us. I hope you've enjoyed the designer inspiration, learning how to Viking knit, as well as lots of other pieces as well. Zena is going to be up after the break. Zena, who are you with?
I've got Welsh Wendy.
Welsh Wendy coming up. There she is, I just seen her. Right, thank you so much for staying with us. I've had a lovely time. Yes, it's been good. When are you next back?
Oh, next Saturday, 15th. 15th,
lovely. I will be back tomorrow on The Late Show, so please do come and join me then. Stick around, because Zena is going to be up with Welsh Wendy, and I will see you tomorrow on The Late Show. See you later.
You can now keep in touch by following Jewellery Maker on Twitter. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really